And Rick, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, let me share my screen and then we can get started. So does this look correct?
Now it does.
Okay, good. Okay, so thank you for having me on the program. It looks like we have a great turnout this morning. This is a great time for the meeting as all the commercial applicators are going to get pesticide CEU credits before the November 30th deadline this year. So there's two things I wanted to cover this morning in my presentation. The first has to do with changes to pesticide regulations. And the second, and I purposely put this second just in case we run short on time, but pesticide drift, which still remains a serious issue within Kentucky. So let's get started with pesticide regulations. So we operate under a federal law called FIFRA. That's the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act. Having done some meetings at federal prison, I've actually seen federal prisoners that are there due to violations of FIFRA. That surprised the heck out of me to see that people actually went to prison for that, but those are pretty serious violations. But in Kentucky, the laws are enforced through the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. It's the Division of Environmental Services, and they operate on behalf of the EPA. And so they do compliance assistance. So they're there to help you. They will do friendly inspections and things like that. And they also will enforce the laws when needed. They manage the private and commercial pesticide certifications for both businesses and individuals. And then the University of Kentucky has a memorandum of agreement where we manage the private applicator program, but that's under authority from the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. So 2023's just around the corner. 2022 was a very eventful year, and I'm not talking about COVID. I'm not talking about world politics or anything like that. Just closer to home, there were a lot of very serious changes to the pesticide laws and training and certification programs within the state. Just to put this in perspective, the last time the pesticide laws had changed in Kentucky was in 1978. So it had been a long time. The administrative regulations that they have to change every 7 years. So that's not been so dramatic, but they're formed around the Kentucky pesticide law. And so it hadn't changed in 45 years. So, and just to show you what happened in 2022, the laws regulating pesticide, purchase, use, storage, training, certification, all that, that's KRS 217B. And that went into effect July 1st of this year. And then the administrative regulations, which were much more comprehensive, they were approved by a legislative committee just last month. So this is very, very fresh material. They're actually going to be implemented January 1. We're going to start operating under the new administrative regulations. And everyone knows, I mean, from the top down to the bottom, I mean, the top being the EPA, the KDA, and everyone else, that 2023 is going to be a transition year. We're going to have to learn about the new laws and regulations, and we're going to have to make adjustments. And there's going to be a few rough spots here and there. Now, I have to say, and I know everyone is pretty wary of changes. I mean, that's just human nature. We generally don't like changes. But in my opinion, these laws, these changes in the laws and the regulations are good. And when we get used to them, they're going to be much easier to live with. So I'm hopeful that this is going to be a good transition process. So just to review everyone, and I assume the majority of you are commercial applicators, but there may be a few private applicators, and I am going to make reference to private applicators. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands the difference. And so private applicators, these are the people that apply pesticides to agricultural commodities for sale. And so it could be forests, it could be nurseries, greenhouses, it could be just, agricultural fields. But these are the people applying the pesticides in those areas, and they're applying restricted use pesticides. So their training and certification is through UK. They cannot apply pesticides to other areas. They can't and charge for it. They can't go to their neighbor's farm, apply a pesticide and charge $20. That would not be a private applicator. That would be a commercial applicator where they charge for money. In terms of what they're charged to become a private applicator, there is no fee. So when they go into their county extension office, they get trained, they get certified, they're not charged anything. Every 3 years, they have to be retrained. It's not like a commercial applicator. There's no mandatory test, but we do require that they're able to read English. And I know a lot of people don't like this, but the issue is they have to be able to read a pesticide label. And while there are some pesticide labels written in other languages, none of those are approved by the EPA. And I'm not qualified to say if they're the same level or same label there. So those are the private applicators. Now the commercial applicators, they're trained through UK and other places. Certification is through the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. There is a test and there is an annual fee. There's a testing fee as well as an annual fee that's dependent upon the category of the license. There is a CEU requirement. We're going to talk about how those are changing, and that's every 3 years. There are category specific tests, and just like the private applicators, they must be able to read English because they must be able to read and understand a pesticide label. So some of the things some of the changes we're seeing with private applicators. And the first one, let me just mention it quickly, is there are new requirements through the EPA that all applicators need to present a government issued photo ID to verify two things. One is that they're at least 18 years old and to prove their identity. So they need to provide both those. It's the same for private applicators and commercial applicators. In situations where we have people that do not have a government issued photo ID, it could be for religious reasons or other things, there are a few workarounds, but we are going to require that these be presented at the time of certification. There is a new category, and it's a sort of a subcategory for private applicators. This does not apply to commercial applicators, and that is the non-certified applicator working under the supervision of a certified applicator. So this is a brand new category. It was established by the EPA. It was adopted by the KDA, and so we're going to see this. Now, the corresponding category for commercial applicators would be what we call a trainee. So people that are applying pesticides without certification under the supervision of private applicators can be a non-certified applicator. People applying pesticides under the supervision of a commercial applicator would need to be a trainee. And so the training and supervision requirements for both these are going to be a little bit different. But this does allow for a new category of applicator within the state. So those non-certified applicators would be issued a card. It's going to look different than the private applicator card. It's going to have a registration number, not a certification number, because they're not certified, and they have to earn these cards every year. They're only good for 1 year. And so these non-certified applicators need to be trained every year. The one difference from the Kentucky non-certified applicator versus the EPA is within the state, they're only allowed to apply general use pesticides, not restricted use pesticides. And then there's going to have to be, just like everything else, there's going to be a record keeping requirement with this. So that was the only change. There were other changes to the private applicator program, but I didn't want to focus in on those this morning. What I really wanted to do was focus in on the changes to the commercial applicator program, because I know that's the majority of the 135 people that we have online right now are commercial applicators. And so the first is, when you take your test, you're going to have to be able to present a government issued photo ID. And that is all applicators have to be at least 18 years old, and you have to be able to prove your identity. I don't think the KDA is going to make records of the photo ID. The extension office, when they try and train private applicators, they're not going to make copies of this. They're just going to verify this, your age and your identity, and move on. The other big change that we have with commercial applicators is that there's going to be a complete restructuring of the categories. In the past, we had 20 categories of applicators within the state, everything from and some subcategories in there as well. Some of those are being consolidated, meaning that several of the old categories are all being grouped together into a single category. Some are being split up, and some are being eliminated. And so there's some big changes. Now, before people get worried and they're thinking, oh, I'm in a category that's being consolidated, do I have to go and take a test and pay a testing fee and all that? And the answer is no. So all people that are in good standing, that have completed all their CEU credit and would normally be reissued a license when they pay their annual fee, the same is going to happen with the new structure. They may find themselves in a new category, but they're going to be grandfathered into that. They don't have to do anything extra to move into the new system. So this is what I call my spider web here. I'm an entomologist, so I can throw around terms like that. But you can see over there on the left was the old category structure, everything from 1 to 20. And you can see several of those have been scratched out. And so category 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 have been eliminated. And so what that means is people that were operating in those areas in the past that needed to have certification are not required to have certification in the future. And that includes category 12, pesticide retail sales agent. Still need to have a registered sales agent, but they don't have to be a certified sales agent. Same with anti-fouling marine paint consultant, antimicrobial sewer root control. And you wonder why they don't need to be required to be a pesticide sales agent to have certification or a consultant. And one of the thoughts with the KDA is that when they go out on pesticide complaints, and a applicator may say, well, the dealer told me to do this, or the consultant told me to do this, and that's why I did it. The KDA found it very difficult to enforce regulations that way. And so now it really doesn't matter what someone's told. they need to read and follow the label. And so that is going to be the litmus test if they have made a violation or so. It doesn't matter what someone told them, it just matters if they read and followed the label with that. And so a lot of those categories have been eliminated. We see that some have been consolidated. So if you look down at category 18, 19, and 20, golf courses, interiors, plantscape, and athletic turf, those categories are being eliminated, and they're all those applicators, certified applicators, are moving into category 3. So in the past, category 3 used to be lawn and ornamental. Now it's changing to ornamental, turf, and lawn care. So turf has been inserted into that title. All those people are moving into that category. By far, this is going to be the largest category of commercial applicators within the state. You can see that category 1 is changing a little bit. Category 1A remains the same. We're creating a new subcategory, category 1B, which will be animal pest control. So that's controlling pests on livestock. So that's a new category. The category 1B, which used to be fumigation, is now being split. And so it's being split into either soil fumigation or non-soil fumigation. And what we mean by non-soil fumigation would be fumigating structures like, grain bins and rail cars, structures that don't have any human habitation within them. They're not office buildings or things like that. That's just, pretty much ag areas, ag structures that are being fumigated. So that's going to be the new categories 12 and 13. Let's see, the structural fumigation, what we had is structural fumigation in the past, category 7B. That is going to move, it's going to be split. Some of those people will remain category 7B structural fumigation. Some of them, or all of them, will also be granted category 13 non-soil fumigation. Again, those ag structures as well. The last big change will be wood preservation, and that's going to be a new category 7C. So that's how that's going. And so at the end of 2022, a lot of people may notice that they may have multiple categories that they're certified in. And, you scratch your head, it's like, well, now do I have to pay multiple recertification fees, multiple annual fees each year? Well, what's going to happen is people will be granted multiple applications. They may choose to only reapply for one of those categories, maybe not the other category. And so the thought is that depending upon which of those certification and licenses that they pay for, those are the ones they're going to keep over time. But no, initially they're not going to have to pay extra for this. We'll just see how that falls out. If they want to keep all their new categories, yes, that would cost some extra money. So the next big change with commercial applicator certification is the general CEU hours have been eliminated. In the past, over a 3-year period, commercial applicators had to earn 12 CEU hours. 3 of those had to be in their category, and 9 of those had to be general hours. That is changing now. Now they only need to get 12 CEU hours with only 1 in their category. And you think about that and it goes, well, with only 1 in my category, isn't that reducing what I'm going to learn? And it's going to be how they identify what are acceptable CEU hours. What are they going to approve for CEU hours in the future? And one big difference is when a meeting host or a speaker applies to get a program approved by the KDA, each of the talks needs to cover some core pesticide safety material. If they don't, they won't get approval. So what was just general hours, the idea is all that information is going to get moved into the category specific talks. And so, for example, if you're, category 3, you only have to go to one category 3 talk over a 3-year period. Your other 11 hours can come from other categories, specific. And if someone gives a very basic talk, say on just pesticide safety and toxicity, that may be approved for all categories in the future. We're just going to have to see how that works out. So, for people that are designing meetings in the future, this is going to be a draft version of the application they have to fill out. And so there's going to be, core components that they have to indicate that they're going to cover. They have to select at least one. And then there's going to be category specific sections that they can apply to. And it could be multiple category specific CEU credits that people would get listening to that talk. But there's going to be a new system for that. What that means for the applicators, for all of you that are commercial applicators, is you don't have to keep track of how many general hours and how many category specific hours. It was very frustrating for many people when they would earn 10, category specific hours and only 6 general hours, and then we're told, well, you don't have enough CEU credits to recertify because they didn't have enough general hours. And now that's reworked. I think it's going to be much easier for people in the future. So I think this is a very positive thing. In the fall, there's going to be online testing. So, in the past, people had to register for specific meetings. There was 13 locations within the state. 1 day a month at each of the locations, they would offer testing, and people would have to physically drive there, go to the testing site, take the test, and go home. The KDA has just released a request for proposals. They're taking bids on companies to design online testing, and they're hoping possibly by this fall they move to online testing where people can, at home take the test. They can immediately see how they did, and I think this is going to be a very positive thing. So, testing on demand. So one of the big things we're seeing is that how soon you have to pay your annual fee. Probably within the next 2 weeks, you're going to get a letter from the Kentucky Department of Agriculture indicating that you have to pay your annual licensing fee, and it's going to give you a deadline. The deadline is the end of the month, December 31st, but there had been a 30-day grace period, well, a 31-day grace period. I'm sorry, there had been a 90-day grace period. The KDA is changing that to a 31-day grace period. So you have till the end of January to pay your licensing fee. So what happens at the end of January if you don't pay it? Your license will be suspended. You cannot make applications until your license is restored. And you have until November 30th to pay that. So they give you basically almost a year to pay that. If you don't pay it by November 30th, your license is canceled, your certification is canceled, and to recertify, you would have to take the test, pay a fee, and so that would be how they would handle that. So the big thing is when you get that letter, you need to pay that annual fee quickly, hopefully before the end of the month, but you do have one additional month before action is taken on that. And then you could lose your license if you don't pay it by November 30th. So the other big change we're seeing is a penalty for not earning your CEUs. There are lots of people like yourselves that would go into meetings or do Zoom related meetings and earn your CEU credit. But there was also another large group of people, commercial applicators, that wouldn't do any CEU hours. They would just take a test every 3 years. And so not earning any CEUs, 3 years later, they take a test. This was not viewed very favorably. And the reason is they're not getting any new information. They're just learning the core information that's covered to get their initial commercial applicator certification in their category. They're not getting all the changes that are happening, touching on all the core issues that happen from year to year. And so to encourage people to earn their 12 CEUs every 3 years, the KDA has changed that around. So now people not earning CEU credits will be required to retest, pay a $200 late fee, and a 25% licensing penalty every 3 years. And so this is how they're going to address that. And also another big change is how they measure what the last 3 years are. In the past, it was only when you would come up for recertification, they would check to see you had 12 hours in the past 3 years. The new administrative regulations say that every time you relicense, which means every year, they're going to check to see if you had 12 hours in the last 3 years. And again, that's to try and encourage people to get some CEU credit every year at a minimum 4 hours every year, not wait till that final year to get all 12 hours. And so that's a big change. I think the easiest way for people to deal with that is just get 4 hours every year. And you don't have to worry about it. And if one of those, in every 3 years, one of those hours has to be in your category, but it would just be as easy to do 1 hour in your category every year, plus 3 hours in other categories, and you don't have to worry about it. You're not going to have to pay any fees. You're going to be eligible for a new license and new certification. That's not going to be a problem. The last thing is this is going to be, this coming year is going to be the last year you're issued that white applicator card. In the future, they're going to give you just email you something you can print out, and you can cut it and laminate it and carry it with you. But there's not going to be a KDA issued, hard plastic card like you had in the past. And so, again, what I've heard the KDA say is that, if someone doesn't have a card in the future, an inspector can look them up on the spot. And so they may not have to carry that. I'm not going to say you don't have to carry it, because I want to see how that works out. But there's not going to be a card in the future. At least that's what I've been told. So the other thing that has changed is what is considered the core competency standards for applicators. And so when you look at the new laws, they require instead of 7 areas of core competency, there's now 11 areas of core competency. And so this one has not changed very much. Being able to read and understand a pesticide label, understanding mandatory versus advisory language. Does it say shall or must or don't, or does it say should or recommended? That's the difference between mandatory and advisory labeling. You're going to have to understand, the pesticide safety and toxicity. And again, this area has not changed much as well. So it's the same things you had to know when you initially became certified. Understanding the environment, particularly people that are applying pesticides outdoors, need to understand, the weather, be situationally aware of what's going on around you with the soil, the terrain, and sensitive organisms in the area, drainage patterns, things like that. You need to understand the pests that you have to deal with in your particular category, be able to correctly identify, weeds, insects, as well as diseases, and be able to select the proper pesticide products. You need to understand the characteristics of pesticides, the types of pesticides. That's very basic information. Formulations, how formulations can affect, phytotoxicity, mixing order and things like that. The ideas of compatibility, synergism, persistence. Again, this has not changed much. You need to understand your equipment that you're going to be using and how to use and maintain and calibrate your equipment. And how that calibration equipment is going to interact with the different types of pesticides, the different types of formulations that you may be using, which application method to use in certain situations. So again, up to now, this hasn't changed much, but these are the new areas. And so, knowledge of applicable state and federal laws. I just went over a lot of those. You should familiarize yourself with the KDA laws and regulations. They're actually been consolidated, so it's easier to go through those. This is for private applicators. This is a new area of competency, but it's how to supervise non-certified applicators. And so there are training requirements. There are record-keeping requirements. There are what you have to provide, as well as explaining all the state and federal laws to the non-certified applicators. By the way, non-certified applicators do not have to speak and read English. And so that's really where it helps us out with private applicators within the state. There's a new category for security and professionalism. So it's not only how to maintain chemical security for pesticides, but commercial applicators are now a core competency is how to communicate information about pesticide exposures and risks with customers and the public. And so there's a degree of professionalism that's expected there. And the last area, again, this is more category 1A, but it's agricultural pest control, particularly as it applies to animal or livestock pest control. So with that's my section on the changes to the laws and regulations. Again, I think they're good. They're going to help us out. They're going to simplify a lot of things, but there's going to be changes, and we're going to have to learn how to deal with those. The next area I was going to cover in about 15-16 minutes would be pesticide drift. Why is pesticide drift important? Well, I would say one of the first things that waste product. When you have lots of pesticide drift, you're getting less material on the target. You're wasting money. Pesticides still are increasing at 10 to 20% per year, so they're very expensive. When you do use them, you want to get your money's worth. Less material on your target means you get less control or less residual activity. It has the potential for contaminating or harming surrounding areas, sensitive organs around, may be illegal, and it may create liabilities for you. When you damage your neighbor's plants or animals, that can have serious liability associated with it. And may present hazards to other peoples in the area. So we have several factors that affect drift. And the first is I wanted to mention was particle drift versus vapor drift. So particle drift is basically when you get just the small droplets of spray, they get blown through the air and they get moved off the target site. The other is what we call vapor drift, where you get the spray. It's not necessarily particles, but it could be particles that land on the target and then they volatilize. And what I mean by volatilize is they almost dissolve into the air. And then they get carried on the wind to off the target site. And so we have both particle and vapor drift. And I would have to say, my opinion is there is almost never an application that doesn't have some drift associated with it. It's just the level or the degree of the drift that we have with those. We have some products that are very prone to volatility. When you think about some of the phenoxy herbicides, the dicamba, the 2,4-D, and not a phenoxy, but also even glyphosate. The factors that are going to affect the drift would be wind speed. That's definitely at the top of the list. I'd also put droplet size as being incredibly important, but we have other things like nozzle or boom height, sprayer speed, and nozzle type. I would also say is very important as well. But wind speed and droplet size, nozzle type is going to affect your droplet size, and we'll be talking about that this morning. So, 2,4-D dicamba are much more volatile, much more prone to vapor drift. They're more prone to offside movement, and a lot of that is going to be driven by temperature and thermal inversions. I say thermal inversions, but there's a lot of things that go into that. It's not just temperature, but wind plays a role with that in terms of being able to mix the air. A thermal inversion is as you start moving up from the ground level higher, you hit a layer of warmer air, and that tends to trap the air down below it. We call that a thermal, and that can be almost like a plug, which allows the volatilized pesticides to gather there and move long distances underneath that thermal inversion. And that can be on the order of fractions of a mile to several miles that they can move. So they're with these particular products, there are a number of very susceptible plants and crops to these herbicides. And this is really where this issue has come up the last few years. It started a number of years ago, but even this year, talking to one county agent, he said the number of complaints he's had have still been in the dozens in his county. So wind speed is very important with drift. Ideal conditions would be wind speeds between, I would say, 3 and 7 miles an hour. Those are most preferable. But before you say, well, I'm going to spray when it's 3 or 7 miles an hour, read your pesticide label. And so we have recommendations that are fairly generic. It all comes down to what your pesticide label says. So read your label very carefully, and whatever's on the label trumps whatever what I say. But generally, when we get above 10 miles an hour, we need to cease making those applications. Also consider the wind direction towards sensitive areas. Is the wind coming from a sensitive area and blowing away from it, or is it blowing towards that? That's some of the situational awareness you need to have when you're applying pesticides that can potentially harm some of these sensitive areas. So, and just keep in mind that, airspeed can be not only wind speed, but, factor in your sprayer speed too. That can also increase movement. Even humidity can come into play with some of that. Boom height. The higher the boom, the farther the material needs to go to the ground. And so, if you have a boom that's 40 inches off the ground, those droplets have twice as far to go to the ground as a boom that's 20 inches off the ground. And that during that added distance, they're going to be more subject to wind and wind speeds. And so, you need to think about your boom height and having your boom at the appropriate level based on your nozzle spacing, and the conditions you're applying the pesticides in. So, small droplets travel farther and take longer to reach the ground, and it's a geometric increase in the how far they will travel. So, a droplet that's half the size, it may travel 8 times as far as one that's larger. So a lot of times we can control droplet size. We do this through a lot of times nozzle types, things like the air induction, the turbulence chamber nozzles, nozzles that actually reduce the pressure within the nozzle and slow down the speed of the spray going through it. We can control it through nozzle size. Going to a larger nozzle increases droplet size, and also we can control it with pressure. So generally reducing pressure increases nozzle size. So, if you want to increase your flow rate of the pesticide you're spraying without having as much of an impact on drift, you may want to consider increasing your nozzle size rather than the pressure of your spray. So that's a way to avoid greatly increasing your drift. And just to show you, this is a table where we have some droplet sizes. We measure them in microns, and you can see the time required to fall 10 feet, with 5 microns, which is basically a fog. It can take over an hour for that droplet to fall 10 feet. And with a 3-mile-an-hour wind, so a fairly low wind, it can travel up to 3 miles. You think about an hour to drop 10 feet, 3-mile-an-hour wind, it makes sense it's moving 3 miles. If you have a much larger one, a typical coarse spray we may apply might be around 500 or 400 microns. Dropping 10 feet, it's only going to take 2 seconds. And with a 3-mile-an-hour wind, it's only going to move 8.5 feet. And so you can see the difference that controlling your droplet size. Now, one thing to think about, I'm going to talk about nozzles here in a few minutes. And, you may say, well, I want a nozzle that's going to spray, 400 micron droplets. Well, there's actually a large range of droplets that come out of every nozzle. And what you want is, the preponderance of those to fall into a certain size range. But not all droplets are going to be in there. So nothing is perfect when it comes to this. So, another thing to think about is when droplet size doubles, you may only have 1/8 the number of particles. And that's because, of volume has increased when that droplet size doubles. And so there's fewer particles out there. The larger droplets reduce drift, but they also can reduce coverage. And so, if you are going to larger droplets, you may want to think about, are there other ways you can improve coverage? And that might be increasing your coverage or your carrier rate to account for that. May not be a problem with systemic pesticides, those that are absorbed by the plant. but it can be very important with the contact pesticides. And this just shows you with very fine to very coarse droplets what the coverage patterns are going to look like. And the other thing you may want to look at with those very coarse ones, you see a bigger halo around some of those larger dots, and some of those are air-filled droplets that splatter on contact. And so that's another way that the air-filled droplets can improve coverage. And so, you know, when you look at the trade-off between drift reduction and coverage, and so when you do go to larger droplets, you are going to improve drift reduction, but that can be a trade-off with coverage. And so you may want to select a particular droplet size or target that as your target as being a trade-off between drift reduction and coverage. So, you know, one way to, even with a flat fan nozzle, that you can help to reduce drift is going to a larger nozzle, you know, larger orifice size, and decreasing operating pressure, and that can help out. You can lower boom height by going to a wider angle nozzle. You know, you can go to a 110 degree or 120 degree nozzle and drop that boom down to 20 inches rather than the 30 or 40 inches. And these are ways that to try and reduce some of that drift. You know, we have a number of drift reduction nozzles, and I just give you some examples here because there's too many to list, but they use different technologies. They may have larger air-filled droplets. That they may just have larger droplets by slowing the speed the spray's coming out of the nozzle. But there's a number of these out here. Just a few things to look at. You know, the turbo T-jet nozzles. You know, wider angle nozzle. These can be prone to drift above 30 to 40 psi. Some of these can be very difficult to clean in the field. So you may want to carry extras of these. And so if they do plug in the field, you just have to swap them out for new nozzles. Generally, we use these about 20 inches above the target, 20 inches apart, with about a 50% overlap. You know, here's another example of a drift reduction nozzle, the Hypro GRD Guardian. It's a pre-orifice design to reduce the pressure or the speed of the spray coming out of the nozzle. These are actually rear directed a little bit, so that can help a little bit with reducing some of the droplet size. These are wide angle nozzles and have a larger operating pressure. But you know, even though I say it has a larger operating pressure, the lower the pressure you operate that with, the potentially the larger droplets that are being formed. And then we have air induction or Venturi nozzles, and these are producing larger air-filled droplets. They operate over a wide range. Even though they have a larger operating wide range, you know, what I would recommend is more of a narrow range that you may be using those at. And one advantage is because they're a droplet, they tend to shatter on contact, and that helps a little bit with your coverage. Some other considerations. I know I'm wrapping up here with my talk. Just some thoughts with the air induction nozzle. You may need to increase pressure to maintain flow rate. Some of your air induction nozzles may not be compatible with drift reducing adjuvants. And so they're trying to form a small bubble of air. And then the things that affect your spray characteristics, you know, some of your anti-foaming materials and things like that may actually counteract the effect of the air induction nozzle. And the other thing is don't use these techniques to overcome poor environmental conditions to be spraying at. So don't think that, oh, the wind's too high, I'll just use, a drift reducing nozzle. It's like, no, that's not compatible with the label. It's not permitted, and it's not going to be effective. And so, you need to use common sense with these approaches. These are just some general things with when you compare herbicides, insecticides, and fungicides. And we don't apply all pesticides the same way. Generally fungicides, we need to get very high degrees of coverage of plants. We tend to use, more of a hollow cone nozzle, and the pressure is going to be much higher, so we can get that swirl, that misting underneath the leaves to get that complete coverage. Insecticides, a lot of times we don't need it quite to the degree of the fungicides, but it's going to be a higher pressure application, hollow cone nozzle, because we're trying to get it within a canopy for many of our applications. Whereas the herbicides, a lot of times, we're not always, but a lot of times we're using more flat fan or fan-like patterns when we apply it. And because of the sensitivity of many crops and plants to herbicides, this is where drift reduction really becomes important. And again, we tend to use a lot of the herbicides at lower pressures than we do the fungicides and insecticides. So I think I'm running out of time here. Let me see what questions there may be to address, because I know there was a lot going on with the changes to the laws and regulations. And so I've gone about 50 minutes here. April, if you see if there are any changes.
I'm not April, but I'll help you out, Doc.
I don't see any questions that are popping up in the chat. So I'm assuming you're going to hang on for just a little bit longer. So if some questions do come up, we can get them answered, correct?
I'm not going anywhere.
All right, awesome, possum. I do got one question. Is there a place that we can send people to choose the right nozzles for the application? Is there a good place to send people to do that? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Well, the two places. One, if you have a good dealer in your county, a lot of dealers are going to be familiar with that. And the other is going to be a county agent. And, again, if your county agent, if it's an unusual situation, they need some help, they also have the people at UK that can help them out. And so, I can help them out, or some of the other extension specialists can help them out with some of those decisions. But there is no one type of nozzle that fits every situation. And so, I do a lot of pesticide applications. I have a whole variety of nozzles, and during the year, I'm going to be switching nozzles in and out. That's going to cause me to do a lot of calibration, because, when you switch nozzles, you switch pressures, you switch nozzle sizes, you have to recalibrate your system. So that it's a lot of work, but I guess that's why they call it work.
Yes, sir. Will you comment
On the online testing, it's for fall 2022 or 23?
That is for fall 23. So the request for proposals, as I understand, just went out last week. And so they're going to get the KDA will get some bids on companies that can put this together. It has to be a very secure platform and all that, make sure people aren't cheating. And they're hoping, and again, I underline the word hope, that this will be available by fall 2023.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any more questions coming in at this very second. But like I said, if some do pop up, we'll get them to you here in just a little bit. I'll probably email them to you. And then we can get back to them at the end of the next section. And speaking of the next section, is Miss Julie Beale. And Miss Julie, are you there? I see you.
And you can hear me now, I
I
guess.
can hear you now.
All right. Good.
And Miss Julie is going to be talking about disease control and prevention in everybody's favorite grass, turf.
All right. Thanks, Philip. Let's see. All right. I'm having trouble with the share. Philip, am I allowed to share?
You should be allowed to share. You are a co-host. Down at the very bottom.
I don't see that. I had to log on the browser this morning because my computer was acting up, so that may be the problem.
Okay.
Little tech support here.
April, you got any suggestions?
I can try settings. Let me just check that.
If you want, you can send it to me and I can share it.
Okay,
Tell me when to click through it.
I'll be doing that then. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
It's gonna work better.
And folks, while Julie's working on getting her presentation sent to me, just a reminder, if you look at the participants list, the very first person should be your name. If it's not, then you can fix that by hovering over where it is, and there should be 3 little dots. If you're on an iPhone, it might look a little bit different. You might have to swipe right, I believe, to see the participants. But you can edit your name and just make sure that your name is correct. It'll just help me whenever we run a report at the end of the day to show that everybody was on for the entire session. And then also, if anyone does have any questions for Dr. Bessin while we're waiting, you're welcome to come off mute real quick to ask them as well.
Any luck, Miss Julie?
Okay, it looks like it went to April.
I haven't got it yet, but I'll keep looking for it.
Sorry about this. It's one of those computer days.
It's a Monday.
Yes, it is. After a holiday.
It hasn't came through on my side yet.
If you want to try to send it to me, Miss Julie, too, I'll.
Also, folks, while we're waiting, another reminder, we will be doing a quiz after the morning session. We'll send that out. I will actually put it in the chat box at the conclusion of our last speaker this morning, which is JD Green. And so I'll send in the chat box at that time the actual link to the first survey, and that is where you will put your pesticide ID numbers.
If you're
well.
hosting a watch party, make sure everybody at that watch party fills that link out as well.
So that one went out to Philip. Do you see that?
No, ma'am. I am looking, but I have not found it yet.
And nothing came through for you, April? I'll get this.
No, ma'am, not yet. It just came through, so let me get to sharing.
Whee, pretty.
And that's sorry. This is just one of those days. That's not the that's not the updated version. I really do apologize. I don't know why this is going so wonky. April, let me try that again. Ugh, darn. I really apologize.
The one you sent me, Miss Julie, is the same one you sent April.
If it has the green on it, it's not the right one.
Ah, I got one that's blue.
I'll take the blue one. Thanks. All right. Again, sorry about the technical difficulties. Okay.
Does that look good on your all's end?
Okay, looks good to me. And Philip, I'll just let you know next slide. Okay, today I'm going to be talking to you about disease control and prevention in turf, and I'll spend a bit of the first part of the talk on some general information about turfgrass diseases and a little bit about pesticides, and then I'll spend the rest of the time updating you on some of the turf diseases that we saw in 2022. Hopefully that'll give us a head start on the next growing season. Next slide. So just as a little refresher, there are plant diseases and disorders that can be caused by a number of different factors. And among those are abiotic or non-living causes of plant symptoms and also biotic factors. And really what we see probably more often than not are the abiotic causes of symptoms in plants, or what we usually call disorders. And they can be all sorts of things, such as extremes of temperatures, which seem to be very common in our area, ups and downs in soil moisture, fertility problems to do with fertilizer application or pH, chemical, mechanical injuries, and lots of different environmental and cultural causes of problems in plants. But we also see a number of biotic diseases or disorders, and those are the ones that I tend to focus on, and those are caused by living organisms, fungi, bacteria, and other similar organisms, viruses sometimes, and occasionally nematodes. And if Philip, if you'll give me the next slide, fungi are the ones, the type of biotic or microbial cause of plant diseases that we deal with the most, particularly on turf. And so I will spend the time today talking about fungal diseases. And just keep in mind that the abiotic factors and biotic factors or living organisms that cause diseases very often act together and enhance the problems that we see. And so very often we're looking at managing both environmental and cultural practices as well as the disease organisms that are present. Next slide. And remember also that we have quite a few tools in our disease or problem management toolbox. And in this slide, we can think about all the different ways that we can manage the problems that we're seeing. And those can include the normal practices that keep lawn or sports turf looking the way it should, including the proper timing and type of irrigation. Moisture management is very important. Fertilization, again, at the right time and with the right products. And also the types of turfgrass species that we choose. Variety selection can be very important depending on the conditions that are present. And one of the phrases that we often use with landscapes in general is the right plant for the right place. And this also applies to turf grass situations, where if an area is very shady or high traffic, we're going to choose a different species of turf grass than we might in another location. And if a certain disease is present and we know that, we may even look for disease resistant or disease tolerant types of turf grass, or even renovate to choose a different species that's going to perform better in the location that we have. When we're managing diseases in turf grass, we also want to think about managing other problems like weed pressure and insect pressure, which can combine to affect the diseases that are present. And sanitation is always one of our go-to cultural management practices for all types of diseases, including turf disease. And if we can have the next slide, the one that we'll talk about now is a little bit about chemical application. So Philip, if we can have the next slide and then one after that. So with turf grass diseases, if we could you go back one, sorry. There are a couple of different fungicides that we're going to be using for management of turfgrass diseases. And I'll talk about fungicides exclusively in this talk because our other types of diseases, especially in turf, are not managed with chemical controls. When we talk about chemical control in turfgrass, fungicides are where we're going to spend most of our time. And there are a couple of different types and usage patterns that I want to review for you. In general, we think of fungicides as either contact or protectant materials or systemics. And the difference between those is very important. With contact or protectant materials, think of them like a sunblock. They have to be in place on the plant prior to infection taking place. And so if we have think about if you go to the beach without a sunblock, you're not going to prevent and come in at the end of the day. You're not going to have prevented that sunburn. And with a contact or protectant type of fungicide, same thing will occur. If you don't have the plant surfaces covered prior to an infection period, then you won't be able to control the disease. With systemic activity type fungicides, the chemical actually enters the plant and moves through the plant in a variety of ways, either through the xylem, the phloem, or in some cases from the top surface to the bottom surface. That's a limited systemic activity or translaminar movement. And these chemicals allow the plant to have protection in cases where the surface is not covered. They provide a little bit longer protection typically, and they're able to move to areas of the plant that were not covered. So coverage is still important, but less of an issue. But one thing I want to point out here is that regardless of whether contacts or systemic fungicides are being used, the best use for controlling fungal diseases is preventive rather than curative. Really all of our fungicides don't have good curative activity. There are some that can help once the disease is established or has begun, but if a disease is well established and severe, fungicides really just don't work at curing plants. They work to prevent new infections. And so keep that in mind. Our fungicides need to be used ahead of a disease or an infection period. And this will vary depending on the disease that we're talking about. Next slide, please. One resource that I want to point out for you and remind you of is that we do have a good publication. It's in need for an update. And that's really, excuse me. There's the chemical control of turfgrass diseases publication is in need of an update. I'm hoping that that's underway, hint to my colleagues. But the 2020 version is still a good one and very useful. And that publication should have good information for you to rely on regarding turf diseases specifically and the fungicides that are best used for them. So next slide, please. You'll see here when you do refer to this chart, and this is going to be most helpful for sports turf, but it's also really actually very handy for lawn turf as well. If you'll take a look when you browse this publication online and notice that there is a chart at the very beginning of the publication, and it has a lot of helpful information. I refer to this one quite a bit. And one of the columns in this chart that I have circled on this slide is the mobility of the fungicide. And this is just a quick handy reference. This information is on the label, of course, but this is going to be helpful for you to just quickly look at the pesticide you're choosing and realize, is it phloem systemic? Is it xylem systemic? Is it a contact? And so that's one thing that I'd like to recommend for all of you to take a look at. And if we can go to the next slide, please. Another factor that's very important in using pesticides safely and effectively, especially when we're talking about fungicides and other pesticides as well, is realizing that our pathogens do tend to, or have the ability to develop resistance to the chemicals that we use. And there are ways that we can combat this development of resistance, or at least extend the life of a particular fungicide. And some of the ways that we can do so is if we use multiple disease control methods, including cultural practices as well as chemical. That's always going to be important. And in home lawn disease management in turf, really cultural practices are most often used. That's really the more important strategy rather than chemical controls. When we are using fungicides, we want to limit the applications of a single product per season. Very often that's indicated on the label, but it's also just a good practice in general to make sure that one single product is not used frequently, even when the label does allow that. Also follow the label rates and any of the other directions that are on the label. It's really important in managing resistance that we follow that label rate, not just that because it's the law, but sometimes people will maybe cut corners a little bit and use a below labeled rate. And that actually can cause problems with the development of fungicide resistance to the fungicide by pathogens. So be sure that you're using the labeled rate, not below, but certainly not above as well. In addition to limiting those applications of a single product, one way that we combat that and hopefully prevent resistance development is to alternate fungicide modes of action. And there are codes on each fungicide label called FRAC codes that allow us to see how quickly the fungicide works. And if we alternate those modes of action, we can tend to extend the effective life of the fungicide. And tank mixing is another way that we can do that if that's permitted on the label. Just be sure that the tank mix is permitted. And just be aware of resistance development issues, which is a sort of a changing landscape. So we want to always keep abreast of those changes. Next slide, please. And referring back to that publication called PPA1, again, we have this chart at the very front of that publication, and the first column is the FRAC code. So it's just a quick reference. It's always going to be on the label, but if you need to compare those materials, that's going to be helpful for you to refer to those, this table or the other information in this particular publication. So for example, for controlling gray leaf spot in turf, the QOI fungicides like azoxystrobin or pyraclostrobin are very effective materials for that particular disease, but those are both FRAC code 11, and so they're going to work the same. So if we need to alternate, we can't alternate those two with each other. That's not a true alternation. So we would probably be better off to use one of the highly effective QOI fungicides, but then alternate with maybe a less effective, such as maybe a group 3 material, plus a contact. So that's one of the ways that we can get effective control and try to keep these pesticides in our toolbox for longer. It takes a very long time to have a pesticide registered, and then if it becomes ineffective in a short period of time due to resistance development, that's really unfortunate for all of us. Thanks. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going to shift gears a little bit into my wheelhouse, another way that we effectively manage diseases. And in my opinion, the first step in that effective management is making sure that the diagnosis is correct. And I'm a diagnostician, so of course this is maybe a little bit my bias, but I actually think it's very true, and I'm sure that you realize that as well. The only way that you can get ahead of a disease or use an effective control strategy is to know what you're dealing with. And the way that we perfect or at least improve our diagnostic skills is through a step-by-step process. And that includes knowing the normal characteristics of the plant species that we're working with, the turfgrass species in this case. We also learn to recognize symptoms, and in some cases, the signs of those causal microbes, very often fungal mycelium. And even when we have it narrowed down to a couple of diseases, we may need to seek confirmation through lab tests. And that's my normal job, is working to diagnose plant diseases using lab tests. And your county extension agents are also a great resource for making the confirmation in office or getting the sample to the diagnostic lab here at UK. Next slide. And just a reminder, when we're dealing with trying to make that first step or those steps in the process of diagnosis, is that we look at both symptoms and signs. The symptoms being the host plant's reaction to whatever the disease agent is. As you can see in the top picture, you might see scorching of the leaf tip. We might see wilting. We might see brown lesions, like you're seeing on the top picture, and they will very likely give you an idea of what's going on. If we look a little closer, we might see visible evidence that there is, in this case, a fungal disease agent present. You can see in the bottom picture, fungal mycelium, that sort of fuzzy growth. And those two things together may give you a good idea that a fungal disease is present. And if you're not sure about that, or not sure of the exact type of fungal disease, based on the symptoms and signs, that's when you go a step further and have a lab confirmation. Next slide. And one of the things that I really encourage folks to do, and this is something that is a little harder for me, I have the advantage of lab tests, but I don't have the advantage of being out in the site and really looking at what's going on in the site. I get small samples and have to work from there. But I think all of us could practice looking at patterns in the site, and even with diagnostic samples, sending pictures to help us appreciate what's going on in a site. And there are certain patterns that are typical of infectious disease, or more typical of abiotic or environmental problems. And these two pictures you can see on the left, those circular patterns very randomly scattered on in this case, warm season turfgrass, very typical of a fungal disease. We may not know exactly which one until we look at it closer, but we can tell this is a pattern that's fairly typical of fungal diseases, in that it's circular, it's scattered, and those circles are expanding. The picture on the right, you can see a very different type of pattern where a lot of the turf is affected. It does appear scattered, but if you look at it with a little bit different view, you can maybe appreciate that it's in fact very widespread. And if you see this is taken in the Lexington Cemetery, where I like to go take a look at the cherry trees in bloom, you'll see that you'll assume that this is early in the year. Those cherry trees are blooming, and you've got a very widespread blighting or browning of some of the turf, to the point that probably a disease at that time of year would not have had time to spread very rapidly and cover so much of the turf. And if we were in sight, we might be able to tell, oh, this is actually warm season grasses that have not become active, scattered in with the cooler season grasses that have already greened up. So just keep in mind the patterns that you're seeing. So we'll go to the next slide. And I'd like to share with you now some of the things that I saw in 2022 and things that we should be on the lookout for in the coming year. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm starting out, since we just mentioned diagnostics, I'm going to start out with what I'm calling the spotted turf mystery that occurred in March of last year. And we started seeing and getting a number of calls and emails and samples right around the last week of March, or the third week of March, with turf grass showing lots of spots. This picture was submitted by an extension agent in late March, and physical samples were also provided. And that's a lot of spotting. And there was a concern, could this be something like dollar spot, which is really not the right time for that, but it's whatever was going on, it was very noticeable to the homeowner. So if we can see the next slide, you'll see again another picture. Dr. Ingram from the UK horticulture department sent me a picture as well and said, hey, what's going on with this? And his picture was an interesting angle. It looked very similar to the one that I had received. I think it was the day before. On this one, though, as I looked at it, I could see maybe there were some lines, a little bit of a line pattern, even though the spots are circular and scattered. They did seem to form a line in that one. And so this gave me pause and made me think, okay, maybe we're dealing with something abiotic and not infectious, but what could it be? So if we can see the next slide, those physical samples, and I had them from several counties in central and southern Kentucky, I had incubated. I had looked at them under the microscope, and what I was finding was fairly interesting. When I looked at those leaf blades closely, I saw some tip blighting or sort of bleached bands in the middle of the leaf blades. And after incubating, I found a fungus that's known to be a very weak pathogen, or often a saprophyte, called Ascochyta. We do occasionally see Ascochyta blight as a turf disease, but it's a summertime disease. It's not something that we would tend to see in the middle of March. So if we can go to the next slide, doing a little more investigating, apparently other folks were seeing this same symptom. And this picture was sent to me by Dr. Alan Wyndham from the Knoxville area. He's a retired professor at UT. And all at the same time. And so in talking with Dr. Wyndham and others, we realized that this is an abiotic problem. The Ascochyta blight is not a disease that we're going to see developing in the summer, in the early spring. It's a summer disease. And other findings that were just not fitting together really didn't make sense as much as an abiotic problem. And in this case, if we can have the next slide, it was determined that it's chilling injury, which is something that we see occasionally, but not very often. I haven't ever seen it to this extent. But during the week before these symptoms appeared, we had gone from a very mild period, several weeks of mild weather, in which those cool season grasses were starting to become active and have active growth. And then we dropped down in southern Kentucky, central Kentucky, some areas in Virginia were seeing this, also in the Knoxville area and other parts of Tennessee, all had dropped down into the teens very rapidly. So it's not exactly a freeze injury, because not all of the plants, the turf was affected, but those clumps of turf grass that were rapidly growing, and probably they were areas where, if you think about that picture that Dr. Ingram sent, where it seemed like there were maybe a little bit of rows developing, that could have been a little bit more heavily fertilized in the fall. Those areas had grown a little bit quicker, and they were susceptible to the chilling injury, whereas other clumps of turf were not. And if we can go to the next slide, we realized that this made more sense, that this was an abiotic rather than an infectious disease. And the reasons that we went that direction were that the appearance of symptoms was very sudden, but in watching it over time, there was no progression. And even though it looked very scattered, it was in fact in some ways a uniform pattern. It did coincide with specific weather events that are known to cause injury on newly growing plants, either in the spring or in the fall, just before, if a freeze occurs before plants become dormant. And it was fairly widespread geographically. Now, all of those things could also involve an infectious disease, but the findings that we had were not consistent on the physical samples. In one sample, there was crane fly larvae, and that could have been part of the problems, but that was only in one sample. And the pathogenic fungi that I found was not typical for that time of year, and the symptoms were also not typical. So why I include this is just to remind everyone, watch out for those abiotic problems and the patterns that you see, and make sure that the diagnosis makes sense. And it even took me, after talking with Dr. Wyndham, it took me a while to feel confident as well that this is what we were seeing. So I just use that as an example of how we all go through this process of diagnostics. Okay, if we can go to the next slide. From here on out, I'll talk about fungal diseases, and I'll start off with one that's very familiar to all of you, I'm sure, if you work on turf grass, is brown patch. It's very common in Kentucky every year. It's favored by a high humidity, which we always have. Even in a drought year, we have high humidity, it seems like. And it occurs on all cool season grasses, but it's particularly noticeable on tall fescue lawns. And it does thrive in a lush canopy, and that's why we see it more on lawns than in sports turf, because this fungus uses that lush canopy as a food source. And home lawns tend to be at a much higher mowing height than sports turf would be. So we can go to the next slide. You saw symptoms close up in the previous slide of the leaf blades, and you can see here in a lawn that's fairly heavily infected with brown patch, these scattered ring-like patch-like spots. And there probably is some progression. If you can see in the foreground, that large ring where it looks like those spots have coalesced, does provide a contrast to that chilling injury that was in very discrete patches that didn't change. And that's something certainly that you'd be able to see better if you're in a site and looking at it. Next slide. When we make a diagnosis of brown patch, it is caused by a fungus. And you can see in the inset picture that fungal mycelium that's present on the infected turf blades. Now, sometimes that doesn't mean that a disease has occurred. That sometimes simply means that there's dead turf, and that's a secondary microbe. But in most cases, when we see those typical patches, the foliar symptoms in the morning, when the fungus has been able to grow during humid weather at nighttime, you'll see that spiderwebby looking fungal growth. And the larger picture is what we see under the microscope. Next slide. Okay, so to manage, and Philip, you'll have to click through these, sorry. Managing brown patch, we're going to focus on cultural practices when we deal with, especially with home lawns. And that includes, since it is favored by a lush canopy, just reducing that mowing height down to 2 or 2.5 inches rather than a 3-inch mowing height is going to at least allow for a little less disease pressure. We also want to be really careful of to avoid high nitrogen, and that would include nitrogen applications in the spring and summer, which we would not want for a number of reasons, but being careful to not have a very high nitrogen fertility which pushes lush canopy growth. That's going to be good food for that fungus. We also want to irrigate deeply, but infrequently, because having the canopy wet all the time is more favorable to this fungus. And if we can click through a couple more, Philip, we want to irrigate in the morning instead of the evening. That gives the canopy time to dry out. And this one is kind of interesting. So we do also want to avoid drought stress, because stress plants can also be very susceptible to brown patch. And if brown patch is rampant, the plants can become more sensitive to stress and actual dieback from the crown, not necessarily from disease, but as a result of having a poor canopy cover and additional stress. And a lot of times people ask about clipping removal and is that necessary? And the jury is still out on that one. That one's if a very active disease outbreak is going on, that's probably a good idea. Most of the time, that's not going to be necessary. And I think there's a couple more points. Also, be careful with the other practices that are in place in an affected brown patch infected lawn, and that includes making sure that insecticide and herbicide applications are not going to additionally stress the plants. Follow the labels to avoid phytotoxicity. And with fungicides for brown patch control, we reserve those for special circumstances. And if we can have the next slide. In home lawns, fungicides are rarely needed. The only time that it's really worthwhile and a good idea, a helpful idea to use fungicides to treat home lawns for brown patch is in newly seeded lawns where the disease pressure is high and you may actually lose the stand because plants won't have the chance to develop a good healthy root system because the foliage is being depleted. So that's the main time that we would expect fungicides to be helpful. In most cases, for home lawns, brown patch can be managed culturally. If it does occur on golf course greens, which is less common, preventive fungicide programs are important to be used, and they would include products like the QOIs or strobilurin products, as well as some of the other categories and protectants. And there are golf course curative programs, which are available in that publication that I've referenced before in PPA1. So the next slide, please. And just for additional help on brown patch control in home lawns as well as commercial turf, there's a publication that's on our turf grass information page, extension information page. And this one I think is very helpful because it gives you management strategies for both home and commercial turf. So we'll go to the next slide. A couple of other diseases that I wanted to talk about that have been common in landscapes more than sports turf in recent years are necrotic ring spot and summer patch. And summer patch is the one that I see much more often than necrotic ring spot. Both of those diseases are fungal root rot, so they are not foliar diseases. And they primarily affect Kentucky bluegrass and also sometimes annual bluegrass. Both diseases cause roughly circular dead patches in lawns, and sometimes these are in rings. Necrotic ring spot, as the name implies, tends to form more of a ring of brown tissue and dieback with a green center. Summer patch can also do that as well. Or sometimes those spots don't have the green ring. So that's a little bit, it's a little bit difficult to make that distinction based on those symptoms. The next slide, please. And here you can see that you've got some circular patches, some kind of squiggly lines, and also some solid patches. And this one has the symptoms of one of those patch diseases. Is it necrotic ring spot or summer patch? It's really difficult to distinguish based on the symptoms, but the timing can be helpful, as necrotic ring spot occurs on the shoulder seasons and summer patch is really a summertime disease. We see those symptoms developing in the heat of the summer. Next slide. So necrotic ring spot symptoms, March to June, and September and October, so the sort of the shoulder seasons, and probably not as frequent. And summer patch we see in the midsummer, sometimes June, certainly July and August, and sometimes into the fall. Next slide, please. And the times that I have seen summer patch, and I've seen it a lot in the past few years, and I have it in my own lawn, unfortunately. That's why I see it a lot, because every time I go out the door, I see it. But it tends to develop under high stress condition and a newly established turf. And I renovated my lawn not very successfully a few years ago, and I've had summer patch problems. So I'm a work in progress on managing that. It can be fairly difficult, but we're trying. But you can see in this slide, and this is not my lawn, this was on campus, an area that had been newly renovated and was under high stress, high drought stress. And I saw a lot of summer patch a few years ago. Next slide. So the management for the two diseases, and Philip, maybe we'll just click that. I go ahead and go through all of those. Managing the patch diseases is a little bit different. Necrotic ring spot and summer patch, both of those diseases, they are root problems. And so having very stressed turf can be problematic as well. So if we raise the mowing height a little bit and not scalp the turf, that's going to be helpful to reduce stress and reduce the likelihood that either of these diseases will become problematic. And then it gets a little bit different. Necrotic ring spot is one of the few turf diseases where irrigating lightly but frequently actually seems to help the problem. For the most part, turf diseases respond better to deep, infrequent irrigation in midsummer, and summer patch is one of those where if we have lots of water but or frequent waterings but not deep waterings, the roots are very shallow and the plants are subjected to drought stress. Fertilization can also be a little bit different for both of those, but organic fertilizers tend to be problematic for these, or lots of organic matter also tend to not be very good in managing either of these patch diseases. So slow release nitrogen for necrotic ring spot, and that would be applied in the spring and fall, which is a good time for fertilization of turf anyway. Not in the summer, which is something that we generally don't want to do. For summer patch, those fertilization practices are still going to be in the fall, preferably following an outbreak, or in the spring. And you want to try to use acidifying fertilizers, ammonium sulfate rather than nitrate type fertilizers. That seems to cause burns and more symptoms in the turf grass. And we again reserve fungicides for special circumstances. Next slide, please. For both of those diseases. And the special circumstances again would be newly established turf grass. We don't tend to see this very much in sports turf because of the type of grasses that it affects, the bluegrass. We don't really use very much. So. But sometimes on annual bluegrass, you might see some of these diseases. So you can refer to PPA1 for chemical controls for sports turf, and also this publication on these patch diseases in bluegrass lawns. Okay, so next slide, please. And one of the last ones that I wanted to focus on is just a quick mention of rust diseases. Because I saw a bit of this in the fall, and this is a turf grass disease. We see it more on perennial ryegrass. We also see it on bluegrass. It's one that's eye-catching, but it's not damaging, and it tends to occur in the fall. We'll see it on lawns that are fairly tall. And the main reason I get questions about it, I think, is because if a lawn has a lot of leaf rust, and you walk in it, your shoes are stained orange. It's kind of like that dust they put on Cheetos. So it gets attention, but it's really not a problem. If we could go to the next slide. There are other rust diseases of plants, and you probably are familiar with those, or if not, maybe they'll be covered in the afternoon session, I'm not sure. And the cedar rusts are an example of woody plant rusts that have very complicated life cycles, that we see a lot of variation, these very strange alternation between multiple hosts. The next slide, please. And there's another picture of a cedar tree heavily infected with cedar apple rust galls. I just put this in there because a lot of times the rust diseases are ones that we deal with in landscape plants, and they can be complicated and actually may need to be managed. And actually, then the picture was kind of a nice one to show you. But in turf, if we can go to the next slide, rust management is really simple. When we deal with rusts in other landscape plants, we may need to deal with a life cycle that's complicated and has multiple hosts. With turf grass, we don't need to worry about that. That doesn't seem to be the case. Cultural practices include just keeping the nitrogen at an appropriate level, just so that the turf recovers if it becomes a little bit stressed. But think of it more as a nuisance or a cosmetic problem, and it occurs in the fall, and usually it's for a short period of time. It's not a damaging disease, and it does occur when we have some wet weather in the early part of the fall. And we don't use fungicides for this disease. So if we can go to the next slide, please. This is where the rust and other of these home lawn problems can really be benefited if you use low maintenance, low input lawn care. And there's a nice publication that's on the Turfgrass webpage for that too. We can move to the next slide. And now I'm going to cover fairly quickly a few diseases that occur on lawns, but mostly that I see on sports turf. And one of those is gray leaf spot. If we'll go to the next slide, the key features of gray leaf spot in turf grass, it is caused by a fungus, a couple of species in the genus Pyricularia, and we see it causing sort of discrete patches of foliar dieback that tend to spread. It's most common on perennial ryegrass, although in the past few years we've been seeing it occasionally on tall fescue, and sometimes on forage grass species, sometimes on weeds. And there are warm season grasses also that are susceptible to gray leaf spot, but mostly where we see it is in perennial ryegrass, in golf course roughs, and sometimes in lawns. This is a disease that's favored by high temperatures and high humidity. So it tends to be one of those mid to late summer type diseases. We don't see it very often in the springtime unless we have a very warm and wet spring. The disease begins with leaf spotting, as in the name, grayish. It's a grayish looking elliptical spot. But most of the time when I get samples, the leaf spotting has coalesced and progressed to a leaf tip blighting. And sometimes the foliar dieback can be very severe. Next slide. I include this picture just to show you. This is on foxtail millet, and there's nice big leaves, so you can see those elliptical gray leaf lesions. And those appear on the cool season grasses and also on perennial or the warm season grasses, and also on perennial ryegrass, but usually they're easy to miss on a small leaf blade, and you'd be more likely to see the tip dieback that I described on other species. The inset picture is the spores, a micrograph of the spores of that causal fungus, and I included that just to remind you this is a foliar disease, and the spores, fungal spores, land on the leaf blade and cause new infections, and it can have a repeating cycle if the conditions are favorable for disease, which includes warm and humid or wet. Next slide, please. And in areas where the disease becomes established and the conditions are favorable for continued sporulation and new infections, you can see this area is a rough in a golf course setting, and the disease has gone from small circular patches toward more coalescing of those patches, and we can get quite a bit of dieback if this disease gets out of control. And that's in the little bit lusher canopy there. If we can go to the next slide, please. Management of a gray leaf spot. And this is assuming that most of the time we're going to really see it as a problem in sports turf. Would be to minimize leaf wetness through irrigation management. You want to, of course, irrigate in the morning to allow the canopy to dry, and also make sure that turf is adequately irrigated but not over irrigated. Avoiding high nitrogen inputs, particularly in the summer, of course, is going to reduce the chances of an outbreak in the fall, because sometimes when we have these warm falls, we do see a resurgence of this disease later in the fall. And I have seen it into October, maybe even November occasionally. Sometimes it's necessary to replace the turf if it's a problem area with a less susceptible species or some of the disease-tolerant perennial ryegrass varieties. They're not resistant, but there is a little bit more tolerance in some of the varieties that are available. In sports turf, fungicides are important in managing gray leaf spot, and this is going to be especially true in those very favorable hot, humid periods in July, August, and September. We want to also think about, with gray leaf spot in particular, as well as some of our other turf grass diseases where fungicides are used heavily, resistant strains of this, the causal fungus, have developed, and they've developed to the QOIs and also to the benzimidazole fungicides. So it's really important with gray leaf spot to rotate with different frac groups. And in many cases, tank mixing two less efficacious products rather than relying on a single or two modes of action with high efficacy but with potential resistance works better. And in adding in a protectant to those tank mixes is often also very effective. Next slide, please. Okay, we do have a little bit more time, so I'm going to quickly cover a couple of root diseases of turf grass, sports turf, is where I've seen it mostly, that we've seen over the past few years. And a lot of times I've seen co-infections of take-all patch and Pythium root dysfunction in creeping bentgrass. So I thought it was worth covering. The two diseases are not the same. They don't have the same cause, but they tend to occur in similar conditions, and I've seen them occurring together. So take-all patch is a fungal root and crown rot. Pythium root dysfunction is also a root rot caused by an oomycete pathogen. It's not a true fungus. Both diseases occur on creeping bentgrass. Pythium we also sometimes see on annual bluegrass. The infection period for both diseases tends to be in the spring, or in the case of take-all, in early summer. Infection period for Pythium root rot tends to be in cooler soils, so that can be in the spring, or sometimes I think we're seeing fall infections. But the symptoms of both diseases don't tend to become obvious until the hot, dry periods in the middle to late summer, and also sometimes in the fall. And this is sort of intuitive because these are root diseases. So the infection may take place under cooler conditions and wetter conditions. And then as the roots start to decline, and at the same time that weather conditions become hotter and drier, plants don't have the root system to maintain healthy foliage, and that's why the symptoms are visible at those times. So if we can go to the next slide. Symptoms for take-all patch. You can see here just sort of a diffuse thinning. It can be in patches, but it tends to be a little bit more diffuse. Sometimes we'll see circular patches, or like you can see in the middle of this picture, a little bit of a ring spot almost with the green in the middle, but a lot of times it's just thinning. And the roots, the interior of the roots, the inset picture shows fungal structures in the roots, which you wouldn't be able to see without a microscope, but you can sometimes see darkening of the roots, even with just with your eye or with a hand lens. So if we can go to the next slide. For managing take-all, lowering the pH using ammonium sulfate fertilizers can be helpful in the off season. Don't use those in the summer, as they can burn the turf. Making sure that there's good water movement by reducing thatch and aerification can be helpful. And some reports say the application of manganese can actually help this disease as well. Preventive fungicide applications for take-all management are applied in the fall most effectively. And those include various modes of action, and that's going to be clearly spelled out in PPA1. Some of the QOIs are very effective, as well as others, and mixing your frac groups is going to be important as well. Next slide. So I think we'll move on to the next one. I'm going to show some pictures of Pythium root dysfunction to compare them with take-all. And you can see that, in fact, those symptoms look fairly similar. Again, a diffuse sort of dieback of the foliar canopy with Pythium root dysfunction, not Pythium blight, which is a foliar disease caused by the same organism. But this one is the root dysfunction or root rot caused by Pythium. And you can see, in addition to that diffuse dieback, also some yellowing that occurs first. And this one tends to act a little bit more slowly and affect the outer cortex of the roots. And so nitrogen uptake is reduced and you get some yellowing that you can see here. So we can go to the next slide. Also with Pythium, the browning of the roots can be very visible. You won't see mycelium visible on the surface or at the base, but you will see that yellowing and browning of foliage and this sort of tan color or sliminess of the roots, and that's something that that's fairly visible. And this disease can be chronic in areas that are poorly drained or when there's heavy thatch. So the next slide, please. When we try to manage Pythium root dysfunction, the cultural practices will be similar to some of those for take-all patch, and that includes aerification. In any way, improve the drainage, because we don't want soggy areas or standing water or just boggy areas to occur. And Pythium root dysfunction may be spread with mowing or compacting areas. That would be probably the more prevalent issue with the root disease. Pythium blight, the foliar disease, is spread on mowers. And again, in sports turf, rotations of preventive fungicides would include some of those strobilurin or QOIs, but mostly the oomycete specific products that are indicated in PPA1. Next slide, please. And I think I have time for one more, and that is anthracnose, also that we see on sports turf occasionally. And I just wanted to mention this. This one is one that I've seen not so much last year, but some in the years before, and it seems to be more of a stress-related pathogen. But again, with anthracnose on this creeping bentgrass green, you can see again sort of a diffuse pattern of small patches that may coalesce or may not, or may stay discrete, but I tend to think of it as more diffuse pattern, just like the other root or basal injuries. We can go to the next slide. And this fungal disease is enhanced very much by plant stress. We see it mostly on sports turf, creeping bentgrass, sometimes annual bluegrass. And I don't tend to see it or think of it as a problem in home lawns. With annual bluegrass, we may have a little bit greater temperature range than for creeping bentgrass, where the disease would become problematic. But for the most part, hot, humid conditions are going to be the type of weather where we would see anthracnose. And there is a foliar phase, which typically I think of as a secondary attack of stressed or damaged foliage that it's been injured by something else. The basal anthracnose phase is the more damaging phase, and that's the one we worry about, where it causes a kind of a crown rot right at the base of the plants. And in those areas, we can see characteristic fungal structures that we use in diagnosis. So we can go to the next slide, please. There's just a example of the sort of diffuse thinning caused by, in this case, basal anthracnose. And if we can go to the next slide, these are infected plants. So you can see that you've got a little bit of leaf tip burn, but the area right at the base of the plant has, and just above the roots, and also in some of the roots, you can see a little bit of sort of a light brown coloration. And if we can go to the next slide, I've got a few pictures here of the structures that we would look for with a hand lens. The left-hand picture, you can see sort of these little dark bumps right at the base of the stem, or sometimes on the roots near the soil line. And with a microscope, we can also see these little spiky structures, and sometimes those are visible with a hand lens as well. So we'll get a little bit of blackening in addition to that sort of wet brownish rot of those areas with basal anthracnose. So if we can go to the next slide, please. To manage anthracnose, realize that it's stress related, and so practices that will promote healthy turf and avoid stresses are going to be important, including avoiding drought stress, but also avoiding stress from excessive moisture in high traffic sites and compaction that can promote poor drainage. So it really is both of those. Too dry and too wet can favor this disease. And also areas that are excessively shaded can become problematic with anthracnose from stress. Raising the mowing height is sometimes possible depending on the site, and that can help reduce the possibility of mechanical damage to the crowns. And then preventive applications of fungicide mixtures, typically tank mixes, usually are more effective if we apply them in advance of disease onset. Sometimes that's not possible, so do be aware of problem areas and treat them preventatively for the next year. And also remember that we always want to try to manage the potential for resistance, especially to those QOIs. So the next slide. And there is a fact sheet that's available specifically on anthracnose and commercial turf grass. Next slide. And I'll just put a little shout out to my colleagues in Plant and Soil Sciences. The UK turf grass webpage is up and running. It's got a lot of really helpful information on there, and I would encourage you to take a look at that and use it as a go-to reference. There's some really great stuff on there. And if there's new or additional topics that you want to learn about, please let us know what would be helpful for you. All right, next slide, which I think is the end. Does anyone have any questions in the chat box?
Okay, sorry, I had to stop sharing there
For a second. Mickey, yeah, that's fine. You don't have to be good at tests, but you will pass these quizzes. I promise you that.
Yeah, you will.
Guaranteed. While they're giving some time for questions, Miss Julie, I'm gonna put you on the spot here a second. What would be a key take-home message that you would want to send to everybody after your presentation?
Okay, so one thing that I would actually like to reiterate from Rick's presentation, he talked a bit about nozzles and pressure and the differences regarding different types of chemicals. And I didn't mention this, but Rick covered that nicely. With fungicides, we do, because coverage is often very important, especially with our contact or protectant materials, but with all fungicides. And in turf, that's going to be very important. We need to get the fungicides into the canopy. And so when fungicides are used, I would say be sure that you're using the correct nozzles for a high pressure spray, and follow the label for the pressure that's recommended for each product for each disease. So I think that's something that's very important to remember with fungicides. We want to make sure the canopy is penetrated and coverage is good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We're moving right along. If you think
All right.
of any
and
questions,
thank you for driving.
no problem. Anytime. moving right along, if you think of any questions for any of our speakers, Dr. Bessin, Miss Julie, or our upcoming speaker, JD, make sure you put them in the chat box. We will get those answers back to you, I promise you. But moving right along, let's do Dr. JD Green, and he's going to talk to us about lessons that 2022 has taught us from weed control issues. Doc, I'm going to turn it over to you, my friend.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Very good. So let me attempt to share my screen. Actually, I want screen 2. Is that showing up yet,
Well,
Philip?
that's showing up, but it's not a presentation.
Okay, how's
Is,
that?
now that's a presentation.
There we go. All right. Well, good to be with you all this morning. And as Philip indicated, I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking about some of the lessons that we've learned, or perhaps even relearned in a few scenarios during the 2022 crop season, particularly as related to some of the weed control issues and some of the cases that I had an opportunity to be involved with this past growing season. But to start with, a little backdrop to all of this is as we approach the 2022 crop season, we certainly had some crop management challenges. I did have to make sure we include the weather conditions because we never know what those are going to be, but we certainly went through a season in which we had relatively normal spring time for crop planting. We got a little bit dry maybe towards the end of June, and we did get a little bit of rain in some area of the state in July. In fact, too much rain in southeastern part of the state. Then we've turned dry, and it's been fairly dry throughout the remainder of the year, except for the last few weeks. We're beginning to make up for some of that deficit of water. But the overlying challenge when it came to grain crops especially is supply chain issues. In fact, even in the late summer and fall of 2021, there were beginning to be discussions about limited availability of some of our key herbicide products. And the need for producers, applicators, and others involved in the weed management circles to be aware of this and think about what is going to be my strategy A, or may have to punt to go to B or C or even D, and think about what some alternative options might be. Some of those key herbicide products included glyphosate, which is the active ingredient in Roundup, and a number of other products that we heavily rely on, as well as glufosinate, which is in Liberty, and other products. Even heard some situations where even products like 2,4-D was a little bit more limited. And as a result of that, we've had to rely more on other herbicide products. A lot of those herbicides are not necessarily new chemistries per se, but older chemistries. And there's limited knowledge on what the capabilities of some of those products are, what their strengths are, and even what their weaknesses are, which can result in some issues or failures in some cases. Along with that were increased input cost, and particularly those key herbicide products. The cost per acre accelerated and has become a challenge in trying to balance that with other input costs in the overall production equation. But as well, we continue to see resistant weed populations continue to be on the increase. And there's certainly certain key weeds that drive many of our weed management plans, particularly in our grain crops situations. And we rely on some of these alternative products to help us navigate through that. And I'll talk about one of those situations, or a couple of those situations that we go through this. Along with that are herbicide applications themselves, whether it be spray equipment that was older equipment that may not function as adequately or optimum as it used to, or even newer equipment, and become familiar with some of the new equipment that have a lot of hoses, a lot of extra strainers and other mechanisms on those application equipment that has to be accounted for when we do sprayer clean out. The applicators themselves, we have a lot of good applicators in Kentucky, but we do have a number of applicators, in my opinion, that may be less knowledgeable of some of these herbicide products that we're utilizing and having to rely more heavily on as we navigate through the season. We still see issues with contaminated transfer hoses or jugs being used to recycle pesticide products, if you will, or recycle totes and so forth. Way methods and with contamination of pesticides products, particularly herbicides, into a spray mixture. And then within that, the spray mixes and our mixing process, I saw a number of cases were much more evident that multiple products are being put into the spray tank. That creates complexity. One, just getting things into solution, but also in the more opportunities for things to get added into the spray tank that is not needed, or more importantly, that can cause issues. Along with that is sprayer clean out, the importance of doing a good job of cleaning the sprayer out after each application, particularly as we switch between different crops. And it's not just corn and soybeans, but other crops as well. So these are just some of the background challenges, I think, that may have led to some of the issues that I'm going to talk about here in a few minutes of some of the cases. But one other piece to this is I wanted to mention is that as I drive around Kentucky, I'm seeing more and more fields, particularly soybeans, of weeds above the crop canopy. And this to me is an indication, at least of a couple different problems. One is we're waiting too late. Our timing of our applications are not optimum to minimize yield loss, but it also, and not all fields are this dense with weed pressure. Sometimes it may be only one or two weeds that are present, or one weed in particular would indicate potential for resistance. But the other thing is that we may have used the wrong product to target the weed or the weeds that we're trying to control. So there's a multiple complexities there, but certainly past what I'm going to call the premium Roundup Ready age, where we only used glyphosate and did a great job of controlling a broad spectrum of weeds. Those days are over, but we've got some challenges ahead of us. Well, the first case or scenario I want to talk about actually was I was approached late on the summer of 2021 from a farm that produces a significant number of acres of GMO or non-GMO corn. And they were having difficulty controlling Johnson grass, relying upon Accent and Steadfast Q. They realized that they're not getting control of Johnson grass with those two herbicide products, even with the label guidelines or the timing of the applications, which would have been on target. They felt like that they weren't getting the control that they needed. So I did a preliminary study in the fall between corn harvest and frost to look at some of the different herbicide options we can use on Johnson grass. And then I repeated that this summer, looking at Accent Q, which is niclosulfuron, a group 2 herbicide group, or an ALS type herbicides, and then Assure 2 and Select Max, which are 2 group 1 herbicides or ACCase herbicides that are specific for grass control, and comparing that also with glyphosate, which I use the formulation of Roundup Weather Max, which is a group 9 herbicide. And you can see here that Accent control with Accent was minimal to none. In fact, that did not look much different than the untreated check in this field site. And this is a fallow field area that I used to use these different products. Whereas with Assure 2, we did get some control of Johnson grass, but it still, in my opinion, was not acceptable. We did not provide the results that we would hope to get. And this is pictures were taken about 20 days after the application. Select Max was doing an acceptable job. There is a little green in that. That's because it's mare's tail that you see in that picture. And you can see that we still have some remnants of Johnson grass. It's not completely dead, but at least it's dying. And then the Roundup Weather Max was excellent results even 20 days after application. In fact, if you look at the actual data and the way these treatments were assigned, we used each of these 4 products at the 1x rate with what would be the typical maximum rate, and then a 2x rate, and we basically doubled the amount that was to be applied. And as you can see with Accent Q or nickel sulfuron, less than 10% control, even with the 2x rate. Assure 2 gave us about 30% control, not much better at the 2x compared to the 1x rate. Select Max was above 90% control, which is still acceptable. Johnson grass, there were just a few remnant plants that appeared to be survived the treatment. And then the Roundup treatment, we had basically nearly 100% control, even at the 1x rate. So what does this tell us? Well, again, what led to this problem is that there was a heavy reliance on Accent or Steadfast for their Johnson grass or the post grass control in corn, which goes back to what we've been talking about for a number of years now. The repeated use of the same herbicide program to target problems and weeds will often lead to resistance. Without doing some follow-up studies, we can't completely say that this is resistant, but it certainly strongly lends itself to saying that we have some resistance, particularly to the group 2 herbicide nickel sulfuron. But also what was a little bit of a surprise is that there may be differences in resistance among a weed population, even within the same herbicide site of action group. So as we saw between Assure and with Select, we got adequate control with Select, but we got less than desirable control with Assure, which is a subgroup of those 2 chemistries. And sometimes we're kind of guilty of saying that we've got a certain herbicide group of resistance. Well, even within that group, I think as a weed science community, we got to start thinking a little bit more specifically about specific herbicides or subgroup of herbicides that may show resistance. Now, the fortunate thing is that Johnson grass could still be effectively controlled in our grain crops, but certainly more challenging in a non-GMO cropping system. For these particular producers, they have the opportunity to get a premium on a non-GMO cropping system, but it's going to create challenges for them, excuse me, to come up with options that did not include glyphosate. At least for now, we have not documented glyphosate-resistant Johnson grass in Kentucky. Not that it might be there, but any times we've ever looked at that, we've yet to be able to confirm it because we've been able to control those plants once they get acclimated and are sprayed at the right time and at the right growth stage. But moving on now to some crop injury cases that came up this past season. As you can see from this picture, we have a cornfield with at least 75 to 80% stand loss or more, in which the corn is laying on the ground and laying on the ground, particularly in one direction. That would suggest that we probably had an environmental event associated with this. And that photo in the smaller picture may not show up very well on your screen, but most of this corn had broken off right at ground level, which let's see if I can get a pointer going here, which means it basically snapped at the soil surface. So what's the background on this particular field? Well, the herbicide program consisted of Lexar and glyphosate, as well as 2,4-D that was applied in the season. And we do know, excuse me a minute, we do know that 2,4-D was applied post-emergence on corn, and it was stated that it was about 6 inches tall in late May. Also, there was a severe storm event in the area that occurred on June 17th, basically 2 weeks or so after the 2,4-D application. So what can we learn from this? Well, post-emergence applications of 2,4-D on corn have the potential to cause injury to corn. In fact, we no longer include 2,4-D post-emergence in our weed control guide because of the issue. And there's certain hybrids that are more sensitive than others, which are not really being tested that as much as they used to be. But what happens is that the corn stalks become brittle. You get abnormal brace root growth. And in fact, if you look at the label of these 2,4-D products that can be used on corn, it says when corn is less than 8 inches tall, avoid spraying just after the leaves have unfolded or injury may occur. Now, one little side note is oftentimes when someone tells me it's 6-inch corn, it may be 8 to 10 or 12 or 15 inches. So, corn size is a factor, but the overlying factor is that some corn hybrids are certainly more sensitive to 2,4-D than others. But we do know a wind event that did occur, and the high winds likely contributed to the severity of the damage that was observed. Another statement you'll find on the 2,4-D label is that corn treated with 2,4-D may exhibit stem brittleness, particularly 8 to 10 days following application. And during this period, the crop is more susceptible to stem breakage from wind or cultivation. So again, the wind is probably an overlying factor, but the 2,4-D as well possibly contributed to the severity of the problem that was observed, and basically a replant situation in this case. Another cornfield I was asked to look at early in the season. This photo doesn't totally show the picture of corn injury, but some of this corn was stunted and it was a little bit chlorotic in certain areas of the field. And what was involved here was about 150 acres of corn, and there was various fields that had been sprayed with a soybean herbicide called Matador instead of glyphosate. In other words, Matador was put in the spray tank instead of glyphosate. So the overall spray mixture that went in the spray tank was atrazine, Corvus, Matador, and Choice. And Choice is an additive that went into the spray mix. They sprayed about 30 acres, or they sprayed the whole 150 acres, and they started planting and planted about 30 acres before they realized they had an error in their mixing. This application occurred in early May. It was by custom applicator, but the crop producer had provided the product, and all the product must have been on the spray tank that he had purchased for his crops to be sprayed. A little background on Matador, which is not one of the more common herbicides that we hear about, but Matador is a 3-way mixture of actually metolachlor, which is the active ingredient in Dual, which can be used on corn, plus metribuzin, which is a triazine that also has a label for use on corn, although we don't necessarily indicate that in our weed control guide because we do have atrazine and simazine that we can use. But metribuzin is approved for corn, plus imazethapure, which is the active ingredient in the product called Pursuit. And Pursuit is not approved for corn and can cause significant damage to corn. So the concern here is if there's only these two active ingredients, metolachlor and metribuzin, there wouldn't have been a problem of issue to be considered, but because the Pursuit was part of that mix, it did create a word of caution. And the questions basically is how long should he wait to plant or even replant the corn that had already been planted, or could he switch and plant an alternative crop, such as soybeans? Well, one possible remedy for this situation would have been to plant a Clearfield or an Emmy corn hybrid. At one time in Kentucky, the Clearfield or the Emmy corns were fairly popular in the state, particularly for use of a product called Lightning. And Lightning was a combination of Pursuit and another Emmy active herbicide active ingredient. They did do some checking to see if they could find those hybrids, but they're no longer available. And which would have been a good clean solution to where he could have planted immediately after the problem was discovered. And the question about planting soybeans, there's a pretty high possibility severe damage was going to occur with soybeans, mainly because of the corvus, which was the other active ingredient, as well as atrazine, but the corvus, which contains isoxaflutol, certainly could cause significant injury to soybeans. So that was not a good option. What the producer did end up doing is planting corn. He delayed the time of planting, and it, for the most part, survived, although the report I got back is that the crop yields were very variable and marginal depending on in fields in certain areas of the field. Maybe the upside is at least the Matador rate was about a half of a full equivalent rate that we would use on soybeans. So that gave him a little bit of a cushion, but still it was a risky option or potential of being a major problem of not getting any crop in that field because of that application mixing mistake. Another little side note is on those first 30 acres of corn, is they were in a waiting pattern, and I got contacted a couple different times as we're kind of waiting to see what the first planted corn would look like, which delayed any applications 4 to 6 weeks. There were more weeds coming up that were larger than what would be ideal to get maximum control to reduce potential yield losses. So just having to go through the delayed process may have also had an impact on this potential yield for this past season. Now moving on to soybeans. This is a large grain producer who has several acres scattered across parts of Kentucky, and this actually happens to be field in the central Kentucky area. And there was one field in which he had a lot of yellowing and chlorosis, and you see a big areas of yellowing, but also some green patches around parts of this particular field. So a little background on this field. This was full season soybeans planted in early May. The previous crop actually was a wheat double crop soybeans. So the likelihood of a carryover herbicide used in the previous year is not likely a potential concern in this particular case. These producers are also good about fertility programs. In fact, this field needed some lime, so they applied lime in the fall of 2021. Their herbicide program was Roundup plus 2,4-D and Verdict as an early pre-plant. This is basically about a month or 30 days before planting. But then at planting, they did follow up with a Trivence, which is a 3-way herbicide mixture, on May 17th. And then the growing conditions at the time they started observing this problem in early June was also dry. So that kind of some background information and some other photos of this particular parts of the field. You can see there was even large areas in which we had a lot of this yellowing, which was occurring, but we also, right in the middle of some of these spots, we also had some green or more actively growing soybean plants. In fact, another view of this field is, well, first of all, some of the individual plants, we have some interveinal chlorosis that's occurring on these plants. And they're a little bit stunted, but for the most part, the interveinal chlorosis is what was contributing to a lot of the yellowing that was seen. But with this particular drone view of the field, There's also definitely some streaking that can be seen. In fact, they don't necessarily follow the rows of the soybeans, but they do appear to follow at least this one direction that might have been the field boundary at one time, or that was part of the field boundary, because we do have some soybeans planted in the same direction as these streaks, but most of the soybeans in the field were planted in a different direction. So, having looked at this by a number of different individuals, some of the initial diagnosis is it potassium deficiency? Well, potassium deficiency more often occurs around the outer edges of the soybean leaf and not as much interveinal. And then the other question about, do we have a high population of nematodes? Well, for the most part, I don't think potassium deficiency or nutrient deficiencies follow straight lines, and or nematode pressure is going to follow straight lines. They tend to be more larger patches or larger undefined areas versus what we saw in the last photo. In my opinion, there is a strong possibility of an interaction of the soil pH with the herbicide applications. The soil pH that was measured was about 6.8. And given that the field was limed in the fall, altering the pH level, and this is a no-till field situation, typically when we're measuring soil pH, we're going to take a sample of at least 3 inches in depth, but it's unknown as what the actual pH might have been at the soil surface. And with that in mind, Trivence herbicide contains chlorimuron, metribuzin, and flumioxazin, and these two active ingredients, chlorimuron and metribuzin, respond to soil pH, meaning that at higher the soil pH, the more active they are and the longer they persist in soil. So this pH at the surface could have been a contributing factor. In fact, I have seen this in some field research I had done a few years back in a field trial area where we had applied lime actually the spring before I initiated my different treatments. And each of the herbicide treatments that contained at least chlorimuron or other ALS type herbicides, I observed some damage of that chlorosis and some stunting as we went through the season. But another factor that may be a little piece of this, given the weather conditions we had, we also have to be aware that Verdict, which is sulfentrazone plus Outlook, it's actually 2 active ingredients, which is applied April 15th, is a PPO type herbicide, and the flumioxazin is also a PPO type herbicide. So I just put this in here from the standpoint, we start stacking these PPO type herbicides in the same season, several of those products have statements on their labels about waiting 30 days or have a 30-day waiting interval between those applications. In this case, they were beyond that 30-day window, but giving, again, some of the stress conditions, i.e. the drier conditions from the time of planting until this problem was observed, or the drier conditions that early part of the summer could have put additional stress on the system. So there could be a number of contributing factors for this particular case, but I think overall, this interaction, particularly with the soil pH, may be a main contributing factor. One other point to bear out here is that there are some soybean varieties that are going to be more sensitive to certain herbicides. So if it had been a hybrid or soybean variety, for example, that was STS tolerant, then there may not have been as much of a potential for injury as was observed with this particular planting. This case also reminded me of a situation I actually looked at a few years back, in which we had some dead zones or zones in this field that had this classic V-shaped pattern that we often contribute to something other related to the spray boom. But what was different about this particular case is if it's only in the boom system, a lot of times with the direction of the sprayer, you would start out wide with injury and then you would taper down and get less injury as you move in towards the center of the boom. So what was kind of the backdrop of this particular case? Well, this was a pre-plant application of glyphosate and Fexapan, which was a dicamba product, plus canopy, plus some spray adjuvants and other additives. Due to the size of the field, there were 2 different tank loads required to spray the entire field. Now, there were 3 distinct areas of the field consisted of severe injury, in which there were actually strips with dead soybeans. The ultimate cause that was concluded is improper order of chemical mixing into the spray tank. So in this particular case, all the liquid materials, the glyphosate, the dicamba, and the spray additives were all put into the spray tank, and then canopy, which is a dry flowable formulated product, was added last. And when that occurred, we already have a chemical solution that's more concentrated, and those dry materials cannot engage well with the water and dissolve well. Those just settle to the bottom of the tank. In fact, if you look at a more aerial view of the overall field, as we move from this lower left edge of the field where the spray operation began with this first mix load, you see a little bit of that pattern, same pattern that I showed you earlier when he made the first pass around the edge of the field, which is pretty common for a lot of applicators. And then he came over and finished up on the left-hand side. I'm sorry, he started the lower right, finished up on the left-hand side, and then came back to the front of the field where he started, mixed another load, and then began spraying again. So as his sprayer began to empty, spray tank began to empty, his boom got loaded with that concentrated material at the bottom of the tank. He shut it off, went to the back side of the field again and started again, and then it finally played out. So the point here is it's important that we pay attention to how we mix materials in the spray tank, particularly when we're using dry flowable materials, and we need to pay attention to mixing order in order to make sure we avoid these kind of mixing issues. Moving on to another case, this is some soybeans, and if you quickly see this picture, you can see we have a lot of twisted and deformed growth, including the stem of the plants are deformed. There were some areas of the field which were much more severe than others. As we moved across this field in different strips as the sprayer passed through this field. In fact, there was not just one field, but there were 3 different fields on different farms that had the same injury pattern, spray pattern. In fact, one of the areas, and I often look at areas that do not get sprayed, you can see this little corner where you got some soybeans in here and may not be able to see that very well. This corner did not get sprayed. You can see the size of some of these weeds that are impacting the crop. Now, there were some soybeans that did have a little spotting and speckling on the leaves. They're still twisted and deformed growth. The primary growth is affected, but you also have a little bit of spotting. So what is a little more of the background? These soybeans were planted on June the 14th. And the first issue, in my opinion, is it was 8 weeks or so after the soybeans were planted before they received their first herbicide application or spray application. But what was in the sprayer wasn't a herbicide, an insecticide, a fungicide, a liquid fertilizer mix, a plant growth regulator, AMS or choice, and a wetting agent. Which of these or combination of these herbicides, of these different products, could have caused the damage that we saw? And how, but we know that the damage that we're looking at really leans itself more towards a growth regulator type symptomology rather than from some of the products that are applied, except for maybe this occasional corrotic or necrotic leaf spotting. But all this twisting of the stems, deformed leaf, callous stem tissues, and so forth, these are symptoms, visual symptoms that we often equate with possible exposure to a plant growth regulator, specifically a synthetic auxin type herbicide. So what happened? Well, prior to the application of these soybean fields, the spray equipment was previously used on the same farm even to apply Duracor, which is a pasture herbicide. And those of you that are familiar with Duracor, that's aminopyrrolide and fluoropyroxafen. Actually, both these active ingredients are growth regulator type herbicides. And we know that aminopyrrolide specifically is a real active growth regulator. So this particular applicator did not pay attention to the fact that they were spraying a herbicide that soybeans are highly susceptible to. And as obviously I've seen in the photo, there was not a good job of cleaning out the spray tank, but the fact that these soybeans were not completely dead due to the, for the first spray mix, but was also continued to see damage all the way through the whole operation, meaning 3 different fields that were sprayed, leads me to think that there was possibly some contaminant, maybe even the mixing operation as a result of this chemistry, but somewhere in that mixing operation, this chemistry was still being introduced into the system, even when they went to the third mixed load that they applied the product. Here's another soybean field, different farm, different geographical location within the state. Again, we have twisted soybeans and areas in which we have some dead soybeans that are occurring in certain areas of the state, and we have this overall stem deformity that we see. In this particular situation, Roundup Power Max out of a bulk tank was used, plus a liquid fertilizer as an adjuvant. So that was the only 2 things that went into the spray tank. But like our other situation, that spray equipment had been previously used to apply crossbow. Again, 2 growth regulator type herbicides, triclopirin 2,4-D, was used on pasture fields. In this case, it wasn't immediately afterwards, but it could have been several days between this crossbow application and when the same equipment was used to spray those soybeans. So kind of the bottom line of those 2 cases is when we're using spray equipment to apply pasture herbicides, we're certainly at a much higher risk to cause injury to other crops, particularly sensitive crops like soybeans. Excuse me. Moving on to another case of soybeans in which we have now more of a cupping of the soybean leaves, and particularly an upward cupping of those leaves. And one symptom that I had not seen before as a result of this cupping, we actually had a zone in which you created a kind of an awkward looking soybean plant in which even the side branches were deformed before the plant started to regrow. And these symptoms here are more of what we have seen for a few years now of exposure to off-target movement of dicamba on sensitive soybeans. Now, as a side note, is that we have not seen as many, we're not made aware of as many dicamba-related soybean injury cases this past season as we had in the previous 3 years, but there were a few. And in this particular case, again, the visual symptoms are what we typically would have thought of for dicamba exposure, but this was an E3 enlist planted soybeans that are tolerant to 2,4-D. In fact, the actual spray application was glyphosate plus enlist 1, which is 2,4-D choline, and Liberty, then an insecticide, a liquid fertilizer mix, and then an AMS adjuvant. Now, the amount of injury that we observed, again, would not be what I would consider a direct dicamba application, but there's a very small concentration. Where this field was located and the surroundings around this field, in my opinion, did not lend itself to possibly coming from an adjacent field or fields, other soybeans nearby, or any other sources nearby. But just based upon the overall situation, in my opinion, it seemed to lead itself that there was somehow dicamba was included in the spray mix, whether as a result of some of these different products that were added to the tank or the way that the material was being, even though the water was pumped into the spray tank. So somehow or another, there was at least a low dose of dicamba that was getting introduced into those into that spray mixture. Of course, one of the other crops that we invariably seems like every year we'll have at least 2 or 3 cases of potential herbicide injury on tobacco. Tobacco is highly sensitive to our again growth regulator type herbicides, and we can get this deformed leaf growth or downward cupping, or cupping even more severe than this on certain herbicide chemistries. But in this particular field, we had tobacco that was cupping on the upper leaves and darker green, which can sometimes occur when we get exposure to a growth regulator. In fact, this farm had 3 different plantings of tobacco, and you may not be able to see it very well with this photo, but on the left-hand side was the first planting, and it had the darker tobacco, the more severely damaged leaves, or the more symptomology compared to the second planting, which was just a few weeks later from the first planting. And yes, there was some damage, at least at this stage of growth of the tobacco, but it wasn't as severe yet as what was on the left side. So we had 3 different tobacco fields at different growth stages. The adjacent properties that located to this farm was actually soybeans. There's 3 different fields. One was an enlist E3 soybean, again has tolerance to 2,4-D glyphosate and glufosinate, and 2 of the adjacent fields were extend soybeans, which extend soybeans are the soybean varieties resistant to dicamba and glyphosate. To give you a little more of an aerial view of what this area looked like, here's the farm with the tobacco that had been planted. Field 1 and field 2, which I showed you the picture of, that's the most severely damaged. This had a little less damage, and there was very little damage that you could see at all on field 3. Of course, it was only about knee high at the time that I visited this particular site. You could see just an occasional plant that might have a little bit of leaf deformity. Here's the enlist E3 soybeans, which were on kind of the north side of the farm. This field actually extends farther to the west. And then our 2 extend soybeans were across the road from the tobacco, as well as another farm producer who was more in the upper right-hand corner. So give you an idea of what the location of the surrounding areas were, which had soybeans planted that have, again, which we can use growth regulator products. The field that was primarily implicated was this enlist E3 soybeans, which were sprayed in mid-June. There were 2 different spray dates. I assume due to some weather conditions, they couldn't spray the whole field the first time, but they'd used enlist 1 again. Clethodim and Zidua were the 3 herbicides plus an adjuvant and a drift reduction agent. So this is primarily just a herbicide application that was applied to these E3 soybeans in mid-June. Now, the extend soybean fields, we did not get as much information about the specific treatment that were made, other than the fact that the information we were given that the extend or the dicamba was applied before or at time of planting. So several weeks before this 2,4-D application or the Enlist soybeans were sprayed post-emergence, and they had not been sprayed. There was no evidence that these soybeans had been sprayed post-emergence with any herbicide for that matter. If you look closer at the Enlist soybeans, the Enlist E3 soybeans, this close-up picture is probably a better shot. You see again this cupping or deformity of the leaves that were in these plants. Although the newer leaves were showing a more normal growth, but the primary field here, the tobacco bee over here to the right, was showing these same symptomology that we would anticipate from a growth regulator. But we also know that group 15 herbicides can cause temporary abnormal leaf growth and development that mimics dicamba. So Zidua, which is a group 15 herbicide, as well as things like Dual or which is another active ingredient prefix, and or Warrant, which is acetochlor, are all group 15 herbicides. And we have seen this from time to time, that we can get this temporary deformity of the leaf tips, this restricted growth in the leaf tips, and these plants usually typically quickly grow out of it. So you, even after a few weeks, you won't even notice that it occurred. And I suspect that's what we were seeing here in this soybean field, the Enlist soybean field, the result of the Zidua that was applied in the Enlist 3 soybean field. But one other piece of information in particular this field is, again, we have the same field here, but we also have a power line that dissects the 2 Xtend soybeans to the farm with the tobacco. And on this power line, there was evidence that there was probably a hack and squirt application to control the vegetation down the power line that occurred as well during the same time period. So a lot of times on these power lines and those hack and squirts, they may include a growth regulator type herbicide, not necessarily dicamba or 2,4-D, but things like triclopyr is one of the active ingredients that they'll often use. In addition to that, we observed there was some manure in these tobacco fields. And the manure, the ultimate source of that manure could not be determined, but we do know that some of the herbicides, again, we can use on pasture fields and or hay fields that contain aminopyrrolid can get bound in hay, and subsequently that hay, when it's fed to animals and the manure, the herbicide is released, and tobacco is an extremely sensitive crop. Now, whether or not that was the ultimate factor that caused a problem, we don't know. But to kind of summarize this visual symptoms were very typical of a synthetic auxin type herbicide. But in this case, we have 5 different potential sources of exposure. The 2,4-D from the Enlist, the dicamba from the 2 Xtend soybean fields, the power line, as well as the contaminated manure. And I guess I primarily included this particular case from the standpoint is that we don't quickly assume you know the answer before you obtain all the relevant facts. Even with all of our efforts, we still were unable to become conclusive as a specific source of the injury that was observed on the tobacco. But it does point to the fact that we need to be aware of our surroundings. And if we're going to use these technologies in or nearby fields that contain very sensitive crops, we have to be cautious of what the outcome may be. And those technologies may not contribute to this particular situation. We can't say for sure, but it does create concerns when we're not aware of our surroundings when we use those type of technologies. Moving on to another case here. this was actually a photo that was sent to me by a county agent. And it was just a text of the picture. No explanation as to what I'm supposed to be looking at. And this is actually full season soybeans. What looks like to be a cover crop or behind wheat actually is a little barley. But as far as the soybeans themselves, I sent a note to the agent. I said, what am I supposed to be looking at here? I can't see anything. I mean, yeah, there's a little sparse growth in some of these soybean rows, but what's the problem? Well, he said, there's no weeds. There's no water hemp in this field. In fact, I went by that area several weeks later into the season, and again, we had a nice looking crop of soybeans with no evidence of weeds above the crop canopy. This looked good. This compares to the previous 3 or 4 years in which the water hemp was quite prominent in this particular field and field area. So this particular land had a lot of water hemp pressure, and this producer had been contending with that for a few years, trying to address it primarily through post-emergence herbicide programs, including dicamba and even I think Enlist the year before. But this growing season, he had soybeans that have very few weed pressure. And the reason for that is that he used a robust pre-emergence herbicide that has activity on water hemp. And then when he had his post application, he was just basically cleaning up a few weeds that were left, which goes back to one of the other principles we've been talking about for a few years. We need to start clean and stay clean. Using a good pre-emergence herbicides to give us their initial weed control, give those soybeans a good opportunity to grow. We also can help delay that post application, or only have to use that post application to clean up the weeds, the few weeds that might be left because of a few escapes, instead of putting all the pressure on the post application and creating heavier pressure on selectivity of the weeds. In fact, we have a number of residual herbicide products we can use now that have more than one site of action group mixture. Many of them have 2. There's a few of them, products like Intimidator here, that may have 3 of these key mode of action groups that are active on water hemp and or palmer amaranth. So we need to, and I think we're moving that direction. I see more and more producers using some of these good soil residual herbicides to start the season with, instead of relying totally on post-emergence herbicides. I'm going to finish up with one last case here, kind of switching over to a forage crop situation. And this is a situation I was asked about early in the crop year. This is an alfalfa orchard grass field in which they were having some alfalfa weevil problems. And this field was sprayed with an insecticide, supposedly with an insecticide. And several days later, the producer began to see a lot of stunted and yellow alfalfa, as well as orchard grass that was severely chlorotic and even necrotic in some cases. So what happened here? So again, this field was sprayed with insecticide on April the 20th, caused a lot of suppressed crop growth in both grasses and broadleaf weeds, both alfalfa, the orchard grass, as well as the weeds. The worst areas in the field occurred in the field where the application began and within the outer boundary of the second field area that was sprayed. So the damage occurred primarily from the first spray load when they first started spraying. And it did get better as they continued their operation. The photos that we saw, they were taken about 3 weeks after the field was sprayed. At the same day that these photos were sent to me, the field was also being cut for hay. So the primary questions is, what caused this problem? And as importantly, can I feed this hay to the cows? So what are the options and what caused the problem? Well, based upon the symptomology, there's likely glyphosate contaminated somewhere in the spray tank to cause that much injury, and the type of symptoms that were on those plants. It's highly suspect that there was some glyphosate that was included into the spray mix. Now, fortunately, glyphosate can be applied on alfalfa and even alfalfa grass mixtures prior to forage harvest and grazing. And I think this labeling came about partly due to the Roundup Ready alfalfa, but also in situations where a person is wanting to take an older alfalfa stand out of production, they can make that application even before they harvest the crop. And as long as they wait, and it's a very short period for alfalfa, they can go ahead and harvest that alfalfa for livestock forage and or grazing. Other legumes like clovers, a 3-day wait, and grasses, there's no waiting period between the application and grazing can occur. So legally, by the label, that field could still be harvested and utilized for forage utilization. But if the herbicide had not been EPA approved, the harvested forage crop would need to be destroyed. So the point is, kind of goes back to one of my first cases I discussed this morning, is we need to be reading the labels. And there's a lot of confusion sometimes as to what some of these products are and what they are. In fact, in the case of Matador I talked about earlier, might have been confused with a product called Mad Dog, which is a glyphosate product. So we've got to be reading those labels, looking at what their uses are, so that we can minimize that confusion. In fact, several days later, when this crop regrew, there was still a little bit of corrosis, but for the most part, this crop did survive that application. And in fact, what the upside is, there's probably a lot fewer weeds in that crop after that. So I'm going to stop there. My time, I think, is about up. And if anybody's got any comments or questions, I'll be glad to address those.
All right, Doc. Thank you, sir. We're going to shift gears on this question. What can be used on residential lawns to control Johnson grass? Your favorite question with Johnson grass.
On a residential lawn?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know of any selective herbicides that can be used. Meaning that it's going to kill the Johnson grass and not hurt the desirable grasses. So in that case, I don't think there's going to be I don't know of any chemical options there.
Outrider.
Is the Outrider labeled for turf?
Paul, I think that takes care of your question too, as well. With the extended dry period we've had experienced across Kentucky, do you foresee any issues with people that use residual herbicides affecting potentially early next year's crop?
Well, I think it would be important for individuals to get a good record of what was applied to those fields. And there may be a few of them that if we stay dry, have a relatively dry winter, and now that it's getting colder, that the degradation rate does decline. So it's a big question mark as to whether or not we'll actually see problems or not. But the later in the season in which some of these herbicides might have been applied, the higher the risk would be of because we had a lot less rainfall as we moved on into the summer. So it's certainly something to be aware of. Whether or not we'll see any issues or not, I mean, that's always an unknown, but there's a lot of factors that go into that. But dry conditions, low rain, or which is associated with lower rainfall, and temperatures it takes moisture and temperature for microbial activity to degrade a lot of these herbicides that we use. And some are more persistent than others. And again, some products or even soil characteristics, soil pH plays into that as well.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. I don't see any more questions. April, I believe, is going to put the link for the quiz in the chat box. And then this will be our lunch break. We will start sharply back at 12:30. So guys, grab you a quick bite to eat. Make sure that everybody that is watching fills out that quiz. Okay. That's how we're going to keep records of the pesticide numbers and all that fun stuff. I will see you all sharply at 12:30. Thanks. I hope you enjoyed the morning session.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, so was a really big crowd this morning, and I can't see the numbers, but I hope that there's something like that for this afternoon session. I really want to express as a member of the university community how much I appreciate having the option of doing these Zoom meetings. I mean, everyone loves face to face. I do, but there's other obligations that we have in different locations in the state, and it's great to be able to meet all those needs. So thank you very much for your patience with us in this endeavor. So I want to talk about sustainable landscaping, and I'm going to come at it from different perspectives, and that is not even going to be complete after all this, 50 minutes or whatever time we have. But I'll certainly introduce some important aspects of it. So let's go ahead and get started. And let's see, seeing some movement. Oh, am I in control of the presentation?
Yes, sir, you should be.
I am? Okay. So I'm not sure why it's not advancing here. Okay, maybe now it will. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. So I like to start at least some talks with this slide here. And this is to representation of humans in hunter-gatherer existence, which has really been the way that humans have existed on Earth for most of our existence of the species. And Earth really couldn't support that many people, this way. We can calculate it less than 1% of present-day humans would have been able to survive in that setting with a hunter-gatherer existence. All right, so the most sustainable, and by the way, that hunter-gatherer existence is sustainable. It's just there's not enough room for everybody, and that's not enough resources. So this is the most sustainable farming system I've ever seen. And so this was back in when I was visiting and working in Nicaragua. What they would do was they would cut down, maybe a half a hectare, an acre or 2 acres of forest, and like you could see in front of you, and they would plant, whatever they wanted to grow, their bananas or beans or whatever. And it wasn't very highly productive, but they were able to get what they needed, and for a few years, and then the soil would run out, and they would let it revert to natural forest and do this in multiple locations over the course of time, and eventually coming back to the same land. But very, very sustainable. But if you do the calculations, it can't support even somewhere between 2 and 4% of humans that exist on the globe today. So these are good examples of sustainability, but they don't really speak to the level of sustainability we need in the 21st century. And so I like to start this by showing you how hard this challenge is, even though it's got the attention of the world, that is sustainable agriculture. So just a kind of a word on the concept of sustainability. There are 3 components that are pretty widely recognized as being the foundation of sustainability in food systems. And one at the top you see there is profitability, and there is no farm if it's not profitable. So that's a very good one to start on. And the second is, let's go to the lower left, is stewardship. And so sustainability of agriculture requires sound stewardship of the land and the water resources that we inherit. So that's number 2. And number 3 is quality of life. And usually people think of rural quality of life, and that would probably top my list too. But we have to remember too that there are consumers throughout the world that are depend on our work in agriculture, and so quality of life, I think it encompasses all of that. So that's those have got to be in place for it to be considered sustainable. I think that's saying the same thing, so we'll skip that. Okay, so I'm a University of Kentucky employee, but I'm also I guess it's sort of like a contractor status. 50% of my time is actually working for as sort of the scientist in residence for the Southern Region Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education Program. That's in the Southern region, the red, as you see in the slide. And so I've worked throughout the region and try to help land-grant universities continue to make progress in the work that they do towards sustainability. Okay, and a lot of good work being done throughout the country in this area. Very interesting stuff. And a lot of good county agents are doing work in sustainability. Well, I'd say probably every one of you all. So very quickly overview of the SARE program, because it's an important part of my job, and I want to say just a little bit about it. It was authorized a number of decades ago in 1985 Farm Bill. Currently, there's about $36 million in funding that are administered through those 4 regions that you saw. And the goal of these funded programs is to support farmers and researchers and educators to explore sustainable ag practices, and that can go for you all in the audience. If you have an idea that might be relevant to sustainability, always consider starting with your county agent and finding out what they think about your ideas, because the SARE program definitely does fund ornamentals work. You know, a lot of people think of SARE as being focused on food production, and certainly that's a big part of it. But if you're interested in funding through SARE, you should talk to your county agent or the rest of us in the SARE program. All right, so there are five categories of funding. So it's really a diversified funding program for people of all sorts interested in agricultural sustainability, and agriculture includes landscape nursery plants. So the research and education grants at the top, those are typically won by the researchers or research groups, and so those probably would not be competitive for a number of you all. The second is the professional development program category, which if you're interested in doing programs or helping to do programs that provide professional development and sustainability, there could be money through SARE for that. The third category is graduate student grants. If you have a graduate student or know of a graduate student that needs funding, this is an option. And fourth category is on-farm research grants. And that would be possibly for some of you in the audience if you had an idea on sustainability. And finally, producer grants. That's money that goes directly to the producer to try their particular idea that might contribute to sustainability. So that's kind of a quick overview. So I'll leave it there, and then we'll switch gears and talk now about some of the specifics of sustainability and the driving factors. So pesticides, I've worked myself with for 35 years, I think, and I think pesticides have do some important things presently, but really, I'd say everybody who works in sustainable ag probably thinks more or less that pesticides are something that may eventually go by the wayside. I don't know when, in 10 years, I don't think so. It could be more like 50, but it's just something that everyone sort of recognizes as it's probably not going to be part of our food systems far enough down the road. We'll see. We could discuss that, but it's kind of a general underlying concept here in agricultural science. All right, so this just is meant to show runoff or the pooling of water that leads to runoff, and so it's pretty good visual to remind us why there are these concerns about pesticides. And this just shows that blue line that spikes up in about June is showing you the concentration of chlorothalonil, which is a common fungicide. on a fairway, a golf fairway grass, and it's spiking way up, way above those dotted lines you see above down at the bottom. Really, it's actually really a toxic chemical to certain water organisms. So this just reminds me to sort of say that you know, there's impacts of these pesticides on water and land and so on. So there's pretty strong potential impact in this slide. Okay, here's another impact. So imagine these are spores, okay, microscopic spores of a pathogen that can damage your crop, whatever, even if it's a landscape nursery. And you see that most of them are open circles. So those are the ones that represent the sensitive spores to the fungicide we're about to apply. And you notice there are two black dots. They're filled dots. And those are resistant to whatever we're about to apply. And we don't know that, but they're out there at very low numbers, much lower than I've illustrated here. So what happens when you use that chemical? Well, you kill many of the sensitive spores, not all. They find ways to escape in protected microsites in the soil and the organic matter. But you killed many of them, and that's called disease control. But you notice the two resistant spores, the two black ones filled in, are still there because they're resistant. And then what happens with the next infection cycle is you get a reproduction of organisms, and you get a reproduction, assuming the pesticide is worn off, you get reproduction both of the sensitive types and the resistant types. So you're building, through the use of the chemical, you're building the population of resistant individuals. Okay. So this is what's going on. There are two and only two things that need to happen for pesticide resistance to develop. And you need just two. And one is genetic variation in the fungus, or it could be an insect I'm talking about, and selection. So what does that mean? Genetic variation means this. You're starting out with a very low number of spores that are different. In this case, they're resistant to this pesticide. Really low numbers, but it's out there. And then when you spray, you're selecting out the ones that are resistant. And that leads to this. So really only two things need to happen for you to be the driving force behind the development of resistance, or anybody that uses chemicals. One, you need genetic variation. You don't control that. That's in nature's hands. But it's out there sometimes, and then it sets you up for a problem. So you need genetic variation. You also need selection. You need a way to kill out the sensitive spores. And how do we do that? By spraying. So resistance, as soon as you get out and use a chemical, you're running the risk of selecting for resistance. It's that simple. So that's another reason why sustainability folks tend to think that pesticides, might not last for indefinitely into the far future. Okay. All right. So this is a grass stand attacked by dollar spot. It's a disease. If you work in turf, it's very common. And so one of these two plots has been treated with a fungicide to kill the dollar spot organism. One was treated with water. And so the question is, which plot was treated with fungicide? Right? And you might think, well, it's a trick question. He's setting us up, and yeah, it kind of is. It is in a way. It's what you would not expect. Normally, the plot on the right with the health of the leaves, you would think, well, that was treated with fungicide. And normally that's what we get when we treat with fungicide, is we get disease control. And that's why we use the chemicals at all. But notice this was at the top, it says 8 weeks after treatment with the chemical. And so In the first 2 weeks, 3 weeks, the plant on the right, pot on the right looked terrible. Let me show you why. Because the plant on the right, pot on the right is untreated, and it looked terrible after for the first 2 or 3 weeks after we sprayed. And the one on the left looked good because that was treated with chemical. But 8 weeks after, it flip-flopped. And the one on the right, which was untreated, actually looked good. And the one on the left was clobbered by dollar spot, the very disease this chemical should control. So if I were in the room with you, I would ask, what might be going on here? And it's not easy to think about, what might be going on. It's not an easy leap of logic, but some people always, in the audience typically come up with some idea of this. And what we think is happening in this case is the plot on the left was treated with fungicide, and it looked great for 2 or 3 weeks. But then the fungicide wore off, because that's what we expect and want in our fungicides. We want them to sort of degrade so they don't pollute the environment indefinitely. So the one on the left looked good, but then as that fungicide degraded naturally, there was nothing to stop the fungus, and you get this explosion of dollar spot. And on the one on the right, it looked terrible for the first 2 or 3 weeks, but then it came back. And why did it come back? Why would it come back after being so sick with dollar spot? And the reason is that the one the plot on the right probably has natural biological control going on. Biological control, and you wouldn't know it, but in reality, when we do the studies, it's very easy to find natural biological control. It's very easy to find it. It's usually not enough for you to be happy with it. You need much better control than than you get with natural biological control usually. But you can but there is in every soil. I mean, I don't think there's an exception anywhere in the world that in every soil, if you look hard enough, you can find natural biological control. So what we're doing on the plot on the left is we're disrupting that natural biological control. Sprayed, we've killed much of the fungus, but then it comes roaring back because we've killed out its competitors. So again, that's another reason why pesticides really don't sort of fit the mark of really sustainably protecting our plants for the indefinite future out into 1,000 years. But for right now, we're going to use them, and we need to use them. But I think there are going to be alternatives that we can't even imagine. Some we can, some we can't, that are going to be down the road. Okay, let's see. So it's just an example of ecosystem disturbance. When we spray the plot on the left, we disrupted the natural processes of that soil, and it's an example of ecosystem disturbance. Okay, all right. So now we've covered some key things on pesticides. Now I want to move into another topic, still in the concept of sustainability. I don't know if I like this title, but I probably will change it. But it's a title for now. I was at I think 2 weeks ago. I was at in Phoenix for the Sustainable Agriculture Summit, and it's an annual meeting. It turned out to be very good meeting, and I was amazed how much talk there was among these mostly large-scale farmers and large-scale suppliers and large-scale aspects of agriculture. This was the big farms, and they were talking about sustainability. They were very interested in, how do I measure sustainability? What can I do to measure sustainability? In a very serious way. I was very impressed by what I saw these farmers doing, and others that work with farmers. And so the title of the article that I'm writing could be what you see up here: is Agriculture Moves Forward with Sustainability Metrics on Large-Scale Farms. It's kind of wordy, but it describes it accurately. Or there's another title that I just came up with: Sustainability Goes Mainstream, or something like that. Sustainable Agriculture Goes Mainstream. That's another way. So I don't know which title, but I was just very impressed by that. So what I'm trying to communicate to you is I think there's a trend here. And many of you may be doing sustainability assessments, thinking about sustainability issues, probably are. But you got some big brothers and big sisters doing that in a serious way. So it was pretty impressive, and I wanted to share it. Okay, so now I want to move into a key topic in sustainability, both for agriculture and everything else. And so maybe I'll start with a few slides here. And so if I ask you to plot the atmospheric concentrations of these are the three major greenhouse gases. There are many, but these are the three major ones: carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. And they all can be produced in farming or food systems. So we're not the only ones that produce it, certainly, but certainly we can find them in agricultural systems. So if we wanted to plot the atmospheric concentration of these greenhouse gases over the last couple thousand years, what would it look like? And this is what it would look like. So pretty stable, really not moving very much. Little ups and downs, but that's not the whole story. If we wanted to add, just say the last 70 years or something like that, there it is. So something different's going on. It's us. This is okay. So let me show you. On the left, you have orange socioeconomic trends. On the right, you have blue Earth system trends. So if you look at carefully, you see the upper left, you got world population shooting upward, real gross domestic product shooting upward, foreign direct investment. They're all going way up fast. Fertilizer consumption, water use, large dams, paper production, and so on. Then if you go to the right, you got carbon dioxide shooting up, nitrous oxide shooting up, methane, so on. And so what this does is this illustrates what some scientists call the great acceleration. That we know we're the ones that are doing this, are producing these dramatic and rapid changes and typically rises in all these measures of Earth and the cultural systems we live in, the social systems we live in. So this is it's a time of amazing change. So I think that has to be defended. So I do have a few slides. I can't just say something like that and not give you evidence. All right. So so if we thought about global atmospheric carbon dioxide in the atmosphere for the past 400,000 years, what would that look like? 400,000 years. There it is. So it goes up and down, but it actually goes up and down in kind of various cycles among cycles, and it stays more or less in a range. And so, yes, it changes, but it's not a long-term change that occurs rapidly. But if we look at 1950 and beyond, that's what we see. So what's going on? Remember, this is global atmospheric concentrations over 400,000 years. And yes, if you look at the past, Earth changes, it always changes. That's change. But on the right, what's going on is that's a level of change, at the rate of change that is almost unheard of in the billions of years Earth has been around. And in fact, CO2 concentrations are higher today than in the past 34 million years. This is huge. This is a big deal. What about global average temperature, surface temperature? If I asked you to plot that, what would you do? What would you see? Okay, so this is from the middle of the 19th century to about 1970. And you can see there's a slight tendency upward over all that time. And these are, there's 5 different lines because these are 5 different research programs that estimate global surface temperature. And you do notice that they're not far apart. They do tend to stay pretty much together. There's some variation from measure to measure, but they're sort of hugging each other pretty closely, right? But what would it look like if we finished that plot out from 1970 to 2011 or 12 or whenever it ends? And that's it. You notice, first of all, the measurements have gotten even better because they are absolutely very tight against each other. So all 5 research groups are getting basically the same answer. And the other thing, I think very importantly, is that Earth's temperature is rising fast. Is that really fast? Well, let's find out. So this is actual data from a research paper, and it's going to show the end of the last ice age. Well, you'll see. I think it's rather than explain it. So there it is. So the yellow dots represent the atmospheric CO2 concentration. Okay, and it goes up at the end of the last ice age because soils are warming, ice is thawing, and CO2 is being released, and so you get this nice increase in CO2. Remember, the yellow dots are the CO2 until about 10 to 12,000 years, and then it levels off. That very stable condition is called the Holocene period, and it's been that way for the last 10 to 12,000 years. Very little change in the global temperature. So that's why we've been able to build civilizations. Is we have have had pretty stable conditions for the last 10,000 years. All right. So what about the global temperature? And there you see the blue line. That's the global temperature, and it goes up because CO2 is going up. So we get warming from the CO2, and the warming shows up in the plot that you see. And the red line is just Antarctica's temperature. We're not interested in that from the standpoint of global climate change. I mean, yeah, we're interested, but it's not that important. So what if we put the temperature over the last, I think that's 150 years, last 120, I can't remember which time period, but it's just in the last 100 plus years, okay? That's it. So all that blue temperature up to that point was pretty rapid for Earth standards, but by human standards, the one on the right is way out surpassing the blue change that we saw at the end of the ice age. So this is the problem is not that temperature is changing. The problem is that it's changing very fast in a speed that's very unusual for Earth and not good for civilizations. And the CO2, the yellow dots, if you plotted today's CO2, you'd be off the chart, off the screen that you're looking at. Okay. I think I'll skip this for evidence, but yeah, this is interesting. The areas suitable for premium wine production, they're shown for the 20th century on the left. And not only is California, it's got its areas, but so does Kentucky. We kind of missed a chance, though, folks, to produce premium wines because the climate no longer is suitable in Kentucky, or will not be. Sorry, it will not be by the end of the current century. Winters are warming. If you thought so, you were right. And since 1896 all the way to 2018, these are the parts of the United States that have warmed the most in winter. And in fact, it's interesting to note that Kentucky has done better than most states. In fact, if you look at charts on aspects of global warming, and there's so many things that are documented. If you look at these things, Kentucky has probably escaped the worst damage so far. Maybe it'll be that way, and people will flock to Kentucky in the next 50 years. Would certainly help your property values, but there are other negative sides to climate change. But but Kentucky has escaped most of it in contrast to some other parts of the U.S. Climate change is a phrase that has been used for decades in the military. This is from the U.S. Navy, and they don't talk about it much, but they do publish on it. They're quite open about their work and have been for a long time. And the U.S. Department of Defense has been paying attention to climate change, studying it, and so on, because they want to know what are going to be the factors that affect resources in the coming centuries, because that's going to involve troops many times. And so they study climate change as well. The out of all the papers reviewed by this study from 1991 to 2010, the ones that rejected global warming are that thin sliver of red at the 12 o'clock position, and then thousands of papers that accept the theory of climate change have been published. So there isn't really any meaningful doubt about whether climate change is happening. I'll show you where the questions are. Oh, okay. So I put these in this order. This is from the American Geophysical Union meeting in 2012. I was there. I made this picture, and this is the primary place where climate scientists go to share their science. And I think you can just look at the body language of these guys. They are very interested in what they're looking at. They're very interested, and that's science. And so, you know, they could be interested because they're looking for holes. They want to find out what's wrong so that they can become famous, because the person that overthrows climate change is going to be famous if anybody ever does it. I kind of doubt they will, but that's a Nobel Prize waiting for somebody. But I think these guys are interested because they work in that area, whatever area it is, and they're trying to figure out what this researcher did and could they do it too, to see if they could repeat it. Same thing. Look at these crowds, very intensely. I just think it says more about science than anything I could say. So nobody's got any ruse pulled over our eyes about climate change. It's real. Same thing here. This is an oral session. The speaker's in the very back of the room, and everybody in there is going to speak up if they see problems with the analysis that he presents. Oh, and I think the very best website, if you want good information on climate change, this is it. NASA Climate. Ask NASA Climate. It's the best. All right. Let me see the time. I'm going to look at my watch here. I don't know if you can see this, so maybe I'll just skip it. A few more things to say. Climate change and U.S. state plant hardiness zones. If you look carefully at Kentucky, you see it's gotten a lighter green, and as compared to the 1990 data, and that's climate change. You all live. You know that climate hardiness zones are changing, and this is it. This is climate change. No doubt about it. The growing seasons, have they gotten longer? Yes. Yes, they have. Heat waves, more common? Yes. Record highs more frequently than record lows? Yes. Getting a lot of heat waves. Intense rainfall events? Yes. So, yeah, but what about, aren't there a few scientists that dispute all this? Yes. This is really important. They're outside the mainstream. They're just outside the mainstream. I've shown it as clearly as I can. But here are the key points that are accepted by mainstream scientists. There's no meaningful debate in the mainstream literature or meetings on the following points. First of all, we know the greenhouse gases are increasing. Back up. Greenhouse gases, we know they trap heat. I should add that too. We know greenhouse gases trap heat in the atmosphere. And we know that greenhouse gases are increasing. We know that warming is happening on a global scale, and it will continue. We know that the impacts of CO2 are unstoppable and essentially permanent. The only way to stop them is to stop emitting greenhouse gases. And here's where the uncertainty lies around the rate of warming. We don't precisely know how fast this is going to happen. It could be really bad. It could be mild. That's where the debate is in the world of science. But we know that it is happening, and so far reasonably fast. And warming is affecting the global climate. It's not just the warming. Put on a T-shirt in March. You know, it's the whole global climate system that's being affected. And we know the weather-related risk will continue to increase. And so here's a quote that some of you recognize: "The future ain't what it used to be." So I'm going to. I guess I've got 15 more minutes, April, to speak, and then a few minutes for questions, or what? How would you want to handle the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes?
Yeah, I think our next speaker is on too, but if anyone has any questions or if you have any final thoughts or anything you want to share, that is fine as well. But yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's stop and take questions, and then we'll continue. Is that, did I hear you correctly?
That's we can handle it however you want to. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to. There's some interesting things still to be shown, but any questions, folks?
I'm not seeing anything in the chat.
Okay, in that chat. Okay, thanks for checking. All right, so let's. It's a busy slide, but you don't need to see the detail. What this is a study of the susceptibility of different boxwood species and varieties against boxwood blight. Okay. My experience now this is great. This is going to be the type of study that tells us which varieties are better to use, and you're going to need that information as we go forward in this world of climate change. There isn't a lot of this in the ornamentals world. We don't have a lot of variety testing, so I don't know what to tell you on that. But if you have any clout with local political representatives, you may want to say something about this. I mean, we need more testing of ornamental varieties and which ones are good for Kentucky and which ones are going to be hit. There's not that much in the ornamentals area at all, but boxwood blight seems to have made the cut. We'll skip this one. This is probably one of the most interesting things I get to touch on. That is native species. Are they better or worse than some other plants brought in from far away? And I think I'm still agnostic about this because I think there's arguments both sides, and I'll just leave that as a question. What about native species? Do they really provide better disease control? And would they in a world of climate change? Because their habitat is changing too. So maybe if you have thoughts about that, you can comment later. Okay, I love this slide because it shows some important principles here. So what do we need for sustainable landscapes, right? Which is the title. And these images here give us some idea about that. The one on the left is a wild plant, a wild occurrence, right? Just natural ecosystems. And you notice the diversity of plants out there, and so that diversity allows you to like if there's a neighboring plant that's infected with a pathogen, and the spores land on this other neighbor. Well, a lot of times it's a different species, so those spores don't attack that other species. Whereas if you have the planting on the right, you've got these rows and rows of the same plant. Well, the neighbor is susceptible. So the ideal is a diverse planting of adapted plants that are resistant to pathogens. And even more than that, I think, yeah, this maybe the slide will say more than I can say with words. So this on the left is a pretty uniform planting, and there's just shrubbery there, and there's the grass, maybe one species, tall fescue. There's just very little there to introduce diversity. So that would be more at risk if disease came in. The one on the right's got a little more diversity, so they wouldn't lose it all in an epidemic of a particular plant. These are actually this slide is of the property here in Lexington the people are friends of mine actually, and boy did they go full force on diversity. So really, it's just about any plant is going to be surrounded by neighbors that are another species and therefore probably resistant. So you want that resistance that the diversity introduces, and you want also resilience. You want a landscape that can bounce back if there's a disease outbreak. And the best way to bounce back is to have different species. Some of them will bounce back better than others. You may not know which ones, but some will bounce back better than others. All right, that's just a beautiful picture of diversity and how spores are going to land likely on something that they were not produced on. Okay, this is a strange figure, but if you can imagine there was a grenade thrown in the point somewhere near the center of this figure. Okay, a grenade, so the shrapnel grows in all directions, right? That's what you got going here. Biologically, you have genetics changing in all directions into these new pools of the pathogen. And these new pools, just like the COVID, these new pools of fungal spores are now attacking different plants. And they think that these changes occurred within a couple weeks, which is stunning. That in the landscape, you would have this sudden explosion of these new strains that can be a problem for you that never were. So we're going to have new and emerging diseases as a result of biology, but also as a result of climate change, new and emerging diseases. It's going to take a real effort to keep up with these things changing the way they do. I'll skip that. So what do we do? Number one, keep pathogen populations low. It's to try to keep it under control, basically. And here's one. Yeah, there's a bit of self-interest in here, but expect the unexpected and support ongoing agricultural research. Because if you don't have it, we're really in the blind to what the pathogens are doing. Okay, well, I'm going to show this and then I'll stop it and take the questions that I see in the chat. What is the only cost-effective way to capture CO2? Plants, trees, soybeans, everything else. Now, the organic matter that's trapped is going to be found in either the plants themselves, like in the trunks of the trees, or in the soil as organic matter that builds up. But either way, we can sequester carbon in soil and in trees or other woody species. And so we sometimes call trees as CO2 sequestration machines. All right, so what if we wanted to find a way to offset my car emissions with trees, planting trees? A lot of people do this. So one day I did the calculations. So I took red maple as an example tree. You could do this in a more sophisticated way, but this shows, I think, what the key point. So a 30-year-old red maple has sequestered 64 kilograms of CO2 a year during that process. Oh, per year. Sorry, I can't read. There's some things sticking out. All right, so 64 kilograms CO2 per year. A typical passenger car emits 5,100 kilograms of CO2 per year. So therefore, to sequester the emissions from my car, we need 80 red maples. So it turns out there were 254 million vehicles in the U.S. in 2009. I did this analysis then to keep the figures consistent. And so we've got to offset 254 million vehicles in just the USA alone. So to do that, we need 20 billion new trees, not ones that we already have, but new trees to offset those US vehicles. So if we assume 50 trees per hectare, in the USA, we need 400 million new hectares of forest annually, 400 million new hectares of forest annually. The Tongass National Forest, which is the largest national forest in the United States, has, you can read it better than I can. It has only 70, whatever it is. I'm sorry, it's blocked by my view. But we don't have the land to offset all the cars. So this analysis shows that yes, landscape plants can help address climate change by sequestering carbon. But there is a limit to how much we can accomplish with landscape plants, which is a little bit discouraging, but it shows us how important this issue is. So I think I'll break it there. And so let's see what the
Okay,
chat.
If you got any questions,
Please feel free to put them in the chat.
Yes.
Doc, I've got one question for you.
Sure.
If you were to summarize a key point to take home message, what would it be?
A couple, but I'd say the number one is climate change is a real phenomenon, and we need to work together to figure out what we're going to do. I think the biggest, bit more of an explanation, is the biggest challenge we have to climate change is we still get into, there's still some error that we need to debate the causes of climate change. We really don't. It's a real phenomenon. And we need to work together to figure out. So that's across the political spectrum, right? Because every political perspective has some good ideas. I really mean that. So I think we need to work together and address it. That's just, okay.
Any other questions? I'm flipping back up through there. Doc, can I put you on pause just for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, JD, if you're still on here, you put an answer in the chat. Would you want to comment a minute or two on that question?
I'm sorry, you talking to me? No.
I was talking to Dr. Green. There was a
Okay.
question earlier that I told everybody that they put questions in the chat if the speakers were on, and if we're waiting for questions, we can come back to them.
Sounds good.
But
Yes.
Dr. Green is not picking up, so I'm assuming he's not on. All right, here's another question. See, I know this isn't your area, but no one is talking about it. What about all the satellites being put into space? Does this affect the Earth's ozone layer?
I'm going to give an answer. Normally I would just defer to experts, but I know of no mechanism by which satellites would make a significant impact on the chemical processes in climate change. So I don't think that's not where we have to worry. We've got some other areas. I see a question in there. What about sustainable landscaping? So maybe I'll comment on that just a bit. Basically I hit some points there in the talk that I can reemphasize. I think sustainable landscaping is, at least for the long term, is going to be landscaping that is diverse. And for the reasons I said, they're going to be more resilient and likely have more resistance to whatever pathogens do. But we can no longer, but it's really important to understand we can no longer assume that that flat line that we saw at the Holocene. Remember, the end of the last ice age, 10,000 years of no global temperature change, and that's gone. That's gone. We're getting rapid change now, and so sustainability of landscapes, unless you want to keep putting in things on a frequent basis, is if you want to build those long-term gardens, for example, it's going to have to be plantings that are adaptable and resilient, both adaptable and resilient.
Okay. Dr. Vincelli, if you don't care to hang on just for a minute, I've got
Sure.
JD back, and I want to get him to talk about the question that was shot to him in a previous talk.
Sounds good. Thanks, Phil.
All right, Dr. Green. Okay. While I'm tracking down Dr. Green again, sorry about that, Dr. Vincelli. Are there any recommended drought-resistant or pollen-resistant shrub flowers that UK Extension would recommend?
Yeah, I don't know where that information would reside. I'd probably shoot an email to Rick Durham. I think would be sort of on the list, and the new oh gosh, what's her name? The new extension aide in ornamentals. Help me, folks. Somebody knows her. I'm sorry. I'm just drawing a blank here. She's a great colleague. All right,
I'll catch up with her. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. So I talked to those folks.
Philip, I finally unmuted myself.
Thank you, sir. All right, Dr. Vincelli, hold on just a minute. We're going
Yes,
to
sir.
get to Dr. Green's question, and
Yes, we
then we'll get back to you. Thank you. All right, Dr. Green.
Yeah, Philip, you're referring to the outrider comment?
No, you put a question in there about
About the growth
tobacco
regulator?
samples and stuff like that, and I just didn't know where that came from.
Okay, well, someone had asked a question about on the tobacco situation that I described. Would it be possible to take a lab analysis and be able to determine the specific source? And that might have been an avenue if we had been involved in that case from the very, early on in the equation. But it becomes more difficult to get a confirmed analysis, chemical analysis back if there's been a time lapse between the time that the event potentially occurred and when a sample is taken. And also the concentration to have biological activity on a sensitive crop is often much greater than what you can detect from a lab analysis. So that's what gets difficult in those kind of scenarios.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you commenting on that one. Dr. Vincelli, I'm not seeing any more questions at this time.
Let me comment on something if I'm still able to. So I think it sort of relates to the sustainable landscaping issue, but let me share something real quick. So this slide shows this is a golf course setting, but it really illustrates landscapes in a reasonable enough way. The biggest sequesters by far of carbon are trees and woody shrubs. And then everything else that you might be doing with engines and so on has its own greenhouse gas footprint. So should we shrink lawns? Should we eliminate lawns? Because we can store more carbon that way. And recognizing we're not here to tell people what they should do with their lawns, but is that something we should discuss and and at least be familiar with this concept of maybe we would do more for climate change and sustainability by focusing on the woody plants. So that's just for discussion. Just wanted to throw it out there.
Great. Thank you, sir. Chris, I will catch back up with you a little bit later. I'm assuming you still got the same cell phone. If not, put it in the private, text me in the chat box, and I'll touch base with you. Moving right along, we're going to shift gears just a little bit, and Dr. Kiersten Wise is going to talk to us about fungicides and seedling disease issues. Doc, thank you for helping out over in the western part of the state, helping us on the eastern side.
Yeah, no problem. Can everybody hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Great. Okay. Well, I'm going to start sharing my screen here. Let me know if anything looks kind of crazy. Let me get it back up to where it needs to be. I hope you all had a really wonderful Thanksgiving. And bear with me today. My daughter started kindergarten this year. And so every 2 weeks, she brings me a new gift of germs. And it's just like a gift that keeps on giving. And so my voice is a little rusty today. But I'm really excited to just share with you guys about what new things we're seeing for seed treatments in corn. And I'm going to finish up talking a little bit about tar spot, which is our latest disease threat in Kentucky. So just to jump right in, lots of times when there's some seed problems out there in the field and you see, some stand issues or some gaps in the row where corn hasn't come up, a lot of times we jump immediately to it's a seedling disease issue. But this is just sort of my annual reminder to everyone that there are a lot of things that affect stand establishment, right? So all of these things on here are going to be issues and can be problematic and can lead to some of those stand establishment issues. And seedling diseases are just one of those things. But they are really important. And when we think about a lot of our seedling disease issues, usually Pythium is the one that comes up to the top, right? I've had a lot of problems with Pythium over the last few years, some stand loss issues, but there are also a couple other out there that are Fusarium and Rhizoctonia. And some of the symptoms you can see here in that picture that's on your right, you can see, some of that rotten discoloration. Sometimes the seedling will almost feel mushy. And then down at the bottom, you can see the first indication that there's a problem is usually a gap in the row where the seedlings have either died or never emerged, or you can start to see them die back. Now, lots of times when we start to see those things out in the field, I'll get a call and they'll say, I have a Pythium problem, because that's usually what we jump to on the first conclusion. But I'm here to tell you that it's really almost impossible to diagnose these in the field to know whether or not you have Pythium or Fusarium or Rhizoctonia. And, I'm a trained plant pathologist, and it's really hard for me to diagnose those out in the field. And so it's really important that you contact your county agent if you have a problem, get those samples off to the lab. And it's important to know which one you have, because it's important because of the seed treatments that we use to treat these. So not many people know that, I'm going to get a little bit biological on you here, but not many people know that the Pythium species, the organisms that causes Pythium, it's not really a fungus. We sort of speak generally about it being a fungus, but it's not. Fusarium and Rhizoctonia, they are fungi. They are, and here's all the reasons why they are what they are and how they're different. And the reason that this is really important to you all is because in corn, the seed treatment fungicides that we have available do not have efficacy against both of these groups. So what works against Pythium does not work against Fusarium and Rhizoctonia, and vice versa. So some of those seed treatment active ingredients are going to be good against Fusarium and Rhizoctonia, but won't have any efficacy against Pythium. So again, this is why it's really important to know what's causing your stand establishment issues so that we can use or alter the rates of the right seed treatment out there. And just like I mentioned, Pythium has been a bigger concern over the last couple of years, particularly 2021. Now, this last year, across most of the corn areas in Kentucky, it wasn't as bad. And a lot of that was because just the weather was really rough in April. It was not conducive to planting. So a lot of fields got planted later this year. But normally we're planting in a window that over the last few years has been wet and it's been cool, and you get an opportunity to go and you go out there and you plant. But sometimes it's not always good conditions for the seedling. And that was really what describes 2021. Now, I point this out because it was a wet, cool spring in 2021. And so naturally we think of those conditions as being more favorable for Pythium. But it isn't uncommon to see Pythium problems when soils are warmer. And as we do more research on Pythium, we're learning that there's a Pythium species that pretty much can infect corn at any temperature. So it's not always going to be temperature based. It's really going to depend on if those soils are wet or if you have a rain after planting and things get really wet. That's going to influence Pythium more than the temperature. But just to go back to my story, in 2021, it was wet and cold, and we had a lot of issues with Pythium. So the easy answer, right, to solve our Pythium problems would be to plant into warm, dry soils. I know that's a dream for most farmers. It would be a great goal, but just like I mentioned, we plant when we can, right? So that's what we're doing. And a lot of times that means that we're not planting into less than ideal conditions for corn. And when we think about that, one of the things that seed treatments can do is give us a couple weeks of protection to try to help the plant just get through a couple rough weeks and get into those warmer, drier soils that we see in May, and then really take off. So it just is meant to protect for a couple weeks under those less than ideal conditions. And a lot of times people just say, well, I treated my seed. And that's good. That's going to protect against a lot of different things. But if you have issues with Pythium, there are some things that we can do differently with those seed treatments to try to combat this disease in particular. Now, some of those things are going to be rate changes using different rates of products, but there are also some newer products that I want to make sure you all are aware of. And just know that this is a big target of industry. So they're really working on things to try new compounds that have activity against Pythium and getting those out into seed treatments to provide a little extra protection against this particular disease. So if you've been dealing with Pythium for a while, you know that most of the compounds that we've been using for the last, 30 plus years are still the gold standards for Pythium management. And those are going to be fungicides that have mefenoxam and metalaxyl. So your aprons and your allegiance are going to be the ones that we think of. Now, like I mentioned, in some of the problematic fields, or if you have a field that has a history of Pythium, using higher rates of these products is going to be what we're going to recommend to try to just knock back that Pythium just a little bit more. I'm not sure if any of you have heard about ethoboxam, but it's also a fungicide that can be used against Pythium. It is standard now in a lot of the premium seed treatments. Excuse me. It is standard. I think I might have a coughing fit, guys. Let me mute for just 1 second. Maybe. I'm so sorry. Trying to do this with bronchitis is really hard. Okay, let me try this again. Okay, so if you haven't heard about ethoboxam, it's out there. And it's going to be one of those that's out there that is standard, and we do see it, and it does have good activity against Pythium. So if you have some problems with Pythium, be looking for that one. And then also Viantis is something that we can use as well. That's one of the new Syngenta products, and that's going to be available in a lot of different seed treatments as well. And then just like I mentioned, a lot of the new products in the pipeline are coming down. And so companies are I'm going to show you a little bit of data of some of the new stuff that's coming out. So let's look at 2020. This is going to be a Pythium comparison. Now, we mentioned the mefenoxam that we have in that first treatment. We didn't have any of it out there. So we wanted to see what these seed treatments can really do against Pythium. And then we had the standard, which is Vibrant Cinco. And then we also have Viantis in there as well. That's the new one that has picarbutyrox, which is really good against Pythium. So what you're seeing in the first column is the stand, or how many plants per acre we had after about 3 weeks. Excuse me. And that's going to be, you can see that where we have the seed treatments that have either mefenoxam or the new compounds, they're going to have better stand. But one of the things I also want to point out here is that Pythium isn't just reducing your stand, it's also impacting stunting. So not only can we lose plants from Pythium, but we can also see reductions in the unevenness, and all of that can have impacts that affect corn later on in the season. And the Viantis, the new active ingredient, actually helped with improving the stunting as well. So we were happy to see that they were having some activity against not only the stand issues, but also against stunting. There's also a new product, a couple new products from Bayer that's working against Pythium. In fact, they're so new, they let me show the data, but they're not able to, I'm actually not able to tell you what the products are yet. So you'll see them named here as just compound B and compound A. And we were comparing those here in Princeton to some of the other products that we see pretty standard out there on the market. And just as a note, a lot of these new compounds against Pythium are going to be add-ons to already existing seed treatments. So they'll just be an additional component to a lot of the existing seed treatments. And so you can see that all of those new compounds are improving stand against where we didn't have anything at all. And they're also having a good impact on germination. And here's just a visual of what that looks like as well. So on your left, you can see where we didn't have any of these new compounds in the non-treated, a lot of gaps in stand, a little bit of unevenness in that corn plot. And then where we have our standard seed treatment plus the compound B, we're seeing much better stand, less stunting. And so that means that these compounds are improving our Pythium control. So really, when we think about what's available to manage Pythium right now, remember it starts with that diagnosis, because a lot of the seed treatments that we might have out there may not have activity against Pythium. And so we need to know what you have so that you can know whether you need to alter the rates or use a different compound to try to manage the problem. So contact your agent, get those plants in. We can do in the laboratory, we can tell what we have, and then you'll know better how to manage it. The new seed treatment products are available. A lot of them are pretty widely available now. And so those might be things to try in some of the more problematic fields. Also, we can also alter rates. So in some of these fields where they have a high history of disease, using increased rates have shown to have a good response. And if you're ever curious about what's actually in your seed treatment, the University of Wisconsin puts out a really good publication every year, and this is updated. And they do such a good job that almost every university just refers to them for this resource. But if you're ever wondering sort of what's in a standard seed package or seed treatment, what you're going to be able to do is go to this website, and you'll be able to look and see, you know, what is in some of these seed treatments. So I would encourage you to check that out when you're getting your seed treatment packages, know what's on your seed, and then that way you can make some decisions about if things need to change. I also want to mention in-furrow products today, because those have been promoted or used as a way to supplement seed treatments in the past. And so if you've heard of things like Ethos-XB or maybe some Xanthion and things like that, a lot of times those are promoted to provide some control against seedling diseases above and beyond what a seed treatment does. And we've done a lot of research on those, and I'd be happy to share that specific research with you anytime if you have questions on that. But just for the sake of time today, what I'm going to mention is just the bottom line on that is that here at UK, we found that those types of seed in-furrow fungicides are really only providing that additional benefit in very early planted corn. So think like March planted corn, maybe early April planted corn, but once you get past that first week of April, we're just not seeing as much of a benefit from some of those in-furrow fungicides beyond what a seed treatment can give you. So for that respect, really, there's only a few instances where we would recommend using those. But now a lot of times the fungicides applied in furrow, what they're referring to is for foliar disease control. And that's really specific to one FMC product, which the active ingredient is flutriafol. And it's marketed in 2 formulations. There's a foam product that you have to have specific requirements and specific planting equipment to have, and that's with the Thrive unit or the 3D formulation. But there's also a liquid fertilizer release formulation with LFR that's used, and that can be used on a lot of different type of equipment that's set up for in furrow. Now, we've been fortunate to be testing these products since 2019, so we do have a good base of data now to draw conclusions from on how Xyway works against foliar diseases. And instead of showing you 4 years of data, I sort of broke it out and did a little meta-analysis on what these 37 data points were comparing. And that was really for comparing just the standard LFR in furrow treatment to a foliar fungicide at tasseling, and then comparing it to where we didn't have any fungicide, none in furrow and none at tasseling. And the reason we're comparing it to that tasseling timing is because, we have over a decade of research that shows that that really is the gold standard. And that's the timing that we want to hit to try to not only reduce our foliar diseases, but also that's the timing where we're most likely to see a yield response from a fungicide application. And so looking at this one, this first slide is going to show you the effect of Xyway on the disease gray leaf spot. And you can see that what gray leaf spot looks like up there in the right corner. It's a disease that's annually important in Kentucky. It has sort of those long, narrow lesions that usually start in the bottom of the canopy and work its way up throughout the season. Can be yield limiting in some years and susceptible hybrids and when environments are right. So it is a disease that we need to manage occasionally. And what we found with our research on Xyway, over 4 years, you can see the bar on your right is going to be where we had no fungicide, neither in furrow or foliar. And the bar in the middle will be how much gray leaf spot was in the plots that received the Xyway in furrow. And then the last bar over on the left is going to be where we applied our foliar application at tasseling. So that's how much gray leaf spot was in that treatment. And so what we're finding is the in-furrow application of Xyway was comparable to a tasseling application. So that, they were comparable. We saw both reduction in disease compared to where we had no fungicide at all. We've also seen efficacy of Xyway on northern corn leaf blight. And so this is also a disease that can be yield limiting in certain years, environments, particularly if there's a susceptible hybrid. And it has sort of those, you can see on the right, those long cigar-shaped lesions that we associate with this particular disease. And again, this graph is set up in a similar way. You can see over here on the right is how much disease we had in our non-treated control. And then in the middle is how much disease was with the Xyway and furrow treatment, and then how much disease was where we sprayed a foliar fungicide at tasseling. So in this case, Xyway also reduced northern corn leaf blight and was comparable to a tasseling application. Now, the one spot that we found that is really, we're not seeing good efficacy with Xyway is when we use it to control southern rust. And southern rust is annually an important disease that we have to monitor for in Kentucky and can be pretty yield limiting. And so we're usually using fungicide applications at tasseling, maybe even up through milk stage to control this disease that you can see there on your right. It's got sort of the orange dusty pustules, usually comes in about late July in Kentucky. And what we're finding is, you can see there in the middle, that Xyway and furrow, when you crunch all the numbers, statistically, we're seeing the same level of disease where we were using the in-furrow product compared to where we didn't have any product at all. Whereas a foliar application at tasseling did a good job of reducing southern rust. So this would be the one disease, the one gap of something we see in Kentucky where Xyway is not going to have efficacy. I do want to make sure I point out that in 2021, we mentioned it was sort of a cool, wet spring, a lot of pythium concerns, but there were a lot of issues in fields where Xyway was used in 2021. particularly the early April planted fields. And so things that you can see here, like some weird germination, some gaps in stand, some really stunted plants. And in addition, we sort of originally thought maybe this was a Pythium issue, but then after doing a lot of site visits and digging around, we were seeing that in some cases, some of the stunting that you can see over here on your right was actually just in fields where the Xyway was applied. So here we have a plant that was in the check strip, and it looks fine, but then all of those rows that had Xyway applied had some issues. And so this was really interesting and sort of a new thing that we hadn't seen a lot of at the university either. So like I mentioned, we've been testing this for 4 years. And what we had noticed was some delayed emergence occasionally with Xyway, but we never had germination issues. We've never had where nothing came up at all. And we never had any stand loss in the last 3 years. And here's just an example of the stand that we've seen in Princeton, with the bottom bar being our plants per acre about a couple weeks after planting. And that's where we didn't have any Xyway. And you can see the Xyway treatments there as well. So we're not really seeing any stand loss in our treatments, but a lot of that is because when we are doing our trials, we're planting them in May. And the reason that we plant in May compared to early April, like a lot of the western part of Kentucky, is because I really want disease in my trials. Most farmers don't want disease, but I really need to know if these products work, if they're able to control disease. And to know if they can control disease, we have to have disease in the trial. And so sometimes we're doing things pretty much the opposite of what a farmer would do. We plant late, we use susceptible hybrids, we don't follow all of the tried and true practices because we are encouraging disease. And so you can see we plant in May when things are a little bit warmer. And in particular in 2021, you can see here, this is showing you just a table of the growing degree units. And I know a lot of corn where we were seeing these issues was planted right before this complete drop off in growing degree days. And you can see that over here in the table on your right as well, that's showing you the total growing degree days they had for each of those weeks. And so there was just a really cold snap after a lot of corn went in the ground. And so that corn could not grow. It wasn't emerging. It wasn't getting enough heat units to actually do anything. So that product was just sitting on the seed for about a week, and that caused a lot of problems. And so it's just something to kind of keep in mind as we think about, is Xyway going to be a good fit for your production system? And one of the things that we know, we've seen good foliar disease, again, control with gray leaf spot and northern corn leaf blight. It's similar to a tasseling application, and that's been pretty consistent under sort of our average disease pressure. But it really doesn't have a lot of efficacy against southern rust. And so, if that's a disease of concern, then that would require a follow-up application with a foliar fungicide. And then what we've learned is that really, I think FMC has really moved all of its applications. They're moving more to a 2x2 system rather than applying this product in the row directly with the seed. And that's supposed to help with some of those germination issues that we've seen. But I would always just encourage it, if you are using it, make sure your equipment is calibrated. You want to be really careful that you're applying the right rate of this and not over applying anything that could provide injury opportunities, and leave those check strips so that if it's a Xyway issue versus something else. But really for Xyway, I think it's another option. It's another tool in the toolbox, which is really good, particularly in areas where foliar fungicide applications are hard to get on, either because we don't have aerial application or we can't get access to the fields. So this does provide some foliar disease control, but southern rust would still need to be managed independently. And we continue to work with Xyway. We're learning about its impact on some other diseases as well. And so we'll keep you, stay tuned for some of that. But I want to talk a little bit more today about tar spot. So this is the disease that you can see on the screen. It's gotten a lot of attention because it's a disease that's caused a lot of problems in states to our north. And I was actually in my former life, when I worked at Purdue University, I was in Indiana when tar spot was first discovered in the US. And so those pictures are pictures that I took from one of the very first fields in the US that had tar spot. And so I have seen this disease up close and personal for a couple of years before I came to Kentucky. So I do have a little perspective on it. And I'll just share some of what I know and what I've learned from my colleagues who have been doing a lot of research on this over the last few years. And I'll just try to summarize what I think it means for you all here in Kentucky. So this is just what we consider a heat map that's just showing you where tar spot has been found. It hasn't been updated for 2022 yet, but I still think it provides a really good perspective on how tar spot has spread. So you can see the darker counties are where some of those original finds in 2015 were. And then over time, you can just sort of watch as the disease has sort of spread out from that initial infection center. And it's also been found in Florida and Georgia as well. And so when you watch it, this is just a little graphic that just shows how it progresses. So this is going to be usually starting up in July, which if you think about our corn production practices, July, we're well into it. You're well into, grain fill at that point in time. And that's really when it starts getting brewing up in some of those northern states. And so I always point out, down here in Kentucky, this is from 2021. Our finds, if you look down here at the very bottom, you can see the date scroll by. Our finds weren't until September. And so it's kind of brewing up in those northern areas, but in Kentucky, we aren't seeing any impact of it or detecting it until September. Now you can see, if you look at this is a 2022 version, still version of that map, you can see, we also had our Lincoln County find in addition to our Todd and Ohio County finds. This Lincoln County find was in 2022. All of it, like I mentioned, was found in September. So the symptoms were really too late in the season to impact yield. And in all cases, there was no yield loss reported. And so that's some good news for us as well. So just a little bit about what we know about tar spot, so you guys feel more informed and have a little bit more information. This is a fungal disease. It's one that's been around for a long time. It's been down in Mexico, Central America, and South America for a very long time. But what we've learned is that what they know about it and how it behaves down in that area is a little bit different than what we're seeing in the United States. And so we have to sort of relearn some things about tar spot. And a lot of my colleagues in the North are doing a lot of research on that. So that puts Kentucky in sort of an interesting position because we're relying on our northern colleagues to provide information about this, but our crop production practices are a little bit different. And so we always have to kind of keep that in mind as we look through some of their information. What we do know is that, this fungus likes a very particular set of conditions for it to cause disease. They've worked out that the fungus likes it a little bit cooler than some of our other fungi. That optimum temperature is 50 to 68, they think. So a little bit cooler. I don't know a lot of July days in Kentucky where, you're out in a cornfield and it's 50 to 68 degrees. But in September it is, and that's when we're starting to see some of those finds, right? So when we're picking up tar spot, that's going to be more during those cooler periods of time. The thing that we do have in Kentucky that tar spot really likes is that we have moisture and humidity. So it needs a lot of leaf moisture. It needs a high humidity, and we do have that in abundance here. So I will say that. It does take a little bit of time between when that fungus infects the leaf and when symptoms appear. It's about 2 weeks, which is similar to gray leaf spot. So the fungus that causes gray leaf spot is going to infect the leaf, and it takes about 2 weeks. So you can think about tar spot as having sort of a similar timeline between infection and disease development. I mentioned that it can overwinter. You'll hear a lot about tar spot. It's what we call an obligate parasite. It needs a living host to survive. However, they have worked out that it can survive the winter. And that's probably also going to apply to Kentucky. So why we have tar spot in Kentucky, why we found it, we always talk about You know, you have to have all three components of our disease triangle for disease to occur, right? So this is just one of the tenets of plant pathology. And in Kentucky, we have the host, we have corn. We now have the fungus. The fungus is out there that causes tar spot. And so what really is going to impact whether or not we see disease is going to depend on that environment. And we're still working out some of those conditions right now. But just kind of keep in mind heat and humidity. It maybe doesn't like the heat as much, but it definitely likes the humidity, and we do have that. So I just also want to point out a couple things about this is that, you know, you hear a lot about tar spot and the yield loss, and there's a high level of concern about it. But really that area that's circled there is where you're hearing about that. So the area where it's more likely to be severe is going to be in that northern area. Mostly we call it the lake effect for a reason, right? You know, they're all around the lakes. They have a lot of storms, cloudy days, ample cooler conditions with a lot of rain and wind. And those are all conditions that favor tar spot. Now, you don't often hear about a lot of yield loss or severe tar spot, you know, in southern Indiana, in southern Illinois, where it's been found. So that's good news, meaning that we might be able to find it here and there, but really that area where it's concentrated and severe is going to be a little bit more to the north of us. And I also like to point out that if you look at those circled dates over there, you know, this disease has been around for 7 years in the US now, and only 2 of those years has it caused significant yield loss. Now, when it causes yield loss, it can be severe, but if you think about it, that's similar to a lot of our other foliar diseases. We have years where the environment is very favorable for disease, and then we, even with management practices, we can see some yield loss. Tar spot's no different in that way, and there's just going to be years where it's more likely to be severe. But I just always like to point out, you know, it's not every year that they're seeing that very intense disease. In 2022, talking to my colleagues, you know, not a lot of fields saw a lot of yield loss from tar spot, even in those areas where it would be more likely to be severe. But that sort of circle that I showed you on that previous slide coincides with what we see here. This is a map that was put together by our colleagues down in Mexico, where they were trying to model, okay, well, now that it's in the US, like where in the US should people be concerned? And so the darker areas on there are where they're modeling it to tar spot to be more severe and more concerning. And so you can see that, you know, Kentucky, we can still get tar spot, but we're not in that window, at least not right now, where we would be predicted to have severe tar spot. So that's good news too. So do we need to be concerned? Well, I think it's always important to be aware of what's going on. We're sort of in an information gathering phase. It's really important to make informed decisions and to get out there and scout. And if you think you have tar spot, let your agent know. We can't confirm tar spot, you know, just by word of mouth. We have to have a sample sent to the diagnostic lab. We have to look at it under the microscope to know if it's tar spot or not. So we'll continue to monitor for it, and knowing where it is going to help us with our management efforts. So I'm going to make sure you guys know what tar spot looks like and all the other things that it can be confused with. So when you're out there in 2023, you will be prepared. So when you think about our tar spot symptoms, they're going to resemble rust in the fact that it's going to have a lot of dark structures and it's going to be bumpy. This is a key indicator of tar spot versus something else, is that when you run your finger over those leaves, it's going to feel bumpy. And so that's one of the ways that we can distinguish it from some of the other things out there in the field. This is probably what you're going to see the most out there in the field, and it's insect frass. I had a lot of pictures sent to me this last year. You would have thought maybe I was an entomologist of how many of these pictures I had on my phone, and it's just insect frass. Now, it can look a lot like tar spot when you're out there, but one way you can tell the difference is that with insect frass, it can be removed from the leaf. You can scratch at it with your fingernail. You can like wet a cloth down and wipe it, and the insect frass will wipe off, or it can be scratched off the leaf. The tar spot fungus, that pustule that it produces, will not be scraped off the leaf. The other thing that we'll see out there, particularly at the end of the season, is going to be that saprophytic growth. So once that tissue starts to senesce or die back, it's going to be a food source for a lot of other stuff out there. And it's going to produce sort of this dark, fuzzy layer on that tissue. And how you're going to be able to tell that from tar spot is that that's not going to feel bumpy. So any saprophytic growth should feel smooth. You might actually get some like black or gray dust on your fingers from it, but it won't feel bumpy. And that's the difference between tar spot. Now, I caution everybody because what we found in 2022 was a lot of instances where people thought they might have had tar spot, but they actually had southern rust. So southern rust is also a fungus that needs a living host to survive. And once it gets late in the season and it starts to cool down, that fungus is actually going to shift into a different growth stage. And it's going to, instead of having orange dusty pustules, those pustules are going to get black and they're going to get hard. And then they're going to be a lot like tar spot. So we saw a lot of this, and you can see this is a picture of a field of a leaf from a field we were scouting. And I saw a lot of these types of pictures where you have some southern rust orange pustules, but then you have a lot of like these black little bumpy pustules mixed in with it. And then this is just a close-up of that. And it looks pretty suspicious. I mean, it looks a lot like it could be tar spot, right? And that's what we thought. But this is all southern rust. This is what happens with that fungus. It's going to convert to that different life stage. It's going to produce these little, that fungal pustules are going to shift into that dark kind of phase, and they will feel bumpy. When you run your finger over it, you will feel bumpy. So it can be very, very confusing on if you have rust, which is on your left, or tar spot, which is on your right, because they look very similar out there in the field. And so this is why it's so critical to get those samples to the diagnostic lab, get them to your agent, because within a couple minutes, we can tell whether or not it's the rust fungus or the tar spot fungus, but you have to have a really good microscope to tell the difference. It's not something we can do out in the field or even in a truck or anything with like a hand lens. We have to have a really good microscope to tell the difference. But it's really easy to do once those samples go in. And that's going to be important because we have to sort of shift into this phase where we're thinking about management, right? And all the things that work against our other diseases, crop rotation, managing residue, managing irrigation, that's going to work against tar spot too. But what we're really focused on right now is fungicides. Now, I mentioned tar spotter here, but I mention it because it's really, really, really important that you know that tar spotter, this app, only works in fields that have tar spot already. This is an app that predicts the risk of tar spot, but it only works if you already have tar spot. So for most farmers in Kentucky, these predictions that come out of tar spot are not going to be accurate. So please keep that in mind. I mention this because people have asked about using tar spotter in Kentucky. And right now, in the future it might be different, but right now, it is not going to accurately predict risk in Kentucky because we don't have enough fields that have tar spot. So keep that in mind. And I also just pointed out, because if you think about using fungicides for tar spot, I mean, most Kentucky farmers are already using fungicides to manage southern rust or gray leaf spot. And by applying their fungicides for those diseases, you're already managing tar spot. You don't need a different fungicide application for tar spot. The fungicides that you apply for southern rust or gray leaf spot are going to be effective for tar spot as well. I mentioned hybrid resistance because I think this is always a key tactic when we're thinking about disease management. And it's always really important to have that in the back of your mind, is that we're looking, a lot of the companies are looking for resistance right now. Their target has primarily been in northern adapted hybrids because that's where the disease is more severe. Lagging behind are the southern adapted hybrids, but it is something that they're looking at. I'm not sure we'll have tar spot resistance in our area and some of our hybrids for a little bit yet, but it is coming. It is a key focus for a lot of people. I mentioned fungicide timing, and I mentioned how a lot of our timings when we're applying disease or applying fungicides for disease control for southern rust or gray leaf spot, we're also getting tar spot control. So in the north, this is a slide that was shared to me by some of my colleagues in Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, and Illinois. And you can see they were testing all these different timings here. And then you can see all the way over here is where they didn't have any fungicide at all. And so these are the disease levels for tar spot based on the fungicide timing. And what they're finding is a tasseling through early blister is going to be the best timing for tar spot. And good news, that's also a timing that we frequently use in Kentucky to manage gray leaf spot or southern rust. So again, by managing these other diseases, we're likely already managing tar spot in Kentucky. Now, if you're interested in what products, you might use for fungicide efficacy, this is our fungicide efficacy table that we put together every year. I'm in the process of collecting data for it right now, and the updated table should be available in February. And you can find it on that website on the screen, or just contact your county agent. I make sure that they have it every February, the updated version. And so you can contact them and they'll have access to it as well. And this table is just ranking all of these products and reporting on how well they control these individual diseases. And just to make sure I point out, just in case you're curious, a lot of the fungicides that we use for southern rust or other disease control are also very effective against tar spot. So what we're already using to control diseases is also going to work against tar spot. So what can we do in 2023? Well, like I mentioned, the first thing we need to do is know what's out there. So be scouting, be looking for it, just be aware based on the environment and what we've seen so far. It's possible that we could see it earlier in the year, but we're most likely to notice it as we get towards the end of grain fill. If you think you have it, let your agent know, because again, there's a lot of other stuff out there that looks like tar spot. But if you can get a sample to your agent, look at it with a really good microscope, we can know right away if it's tar spot or something else like southern rust or something else. And just kind of keep in mind, I really think that one of the things that Kentucky farmers have the advantage compared to our northern farmers and northern colleagues is that you all are well versed in managing a lot of foliar diseases. You manage southern rust very effectively, you manage gray leaf spot, and all of those applications are also very likely to manage tar spot. And if you think about our northern friends, they don't have as many of those foliar disease problems as we do down here. And so this is a big concern for them because they're less practiced in the art of managing foliar diseases. You guys are pros. If you're managing these other diseases, you're likely also, also managing tar spot. Excuse me. So I mentioned the Crop Protection Network. This is just an organization of a lot of plant pathology colleagues from around the US. All of the land-grant universities participate. There's a lot of really good resources on here. If you want more information about tar spot or southern rust or any of our foliar diseases, this is a good resource. Also, it's a good place to go find those fungicide efficacy guides as well. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Okay, Doc. I got one
Question for you. Is the seed treatment charge Wisconsin only for ag seed, ornamentals, or home gardens?
So the seed treatment chart for Wisconsin is only for corn, soybean, and wheat. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any other questions that need to go into the chat? Please do so at this time. I'm going to give them a few seconds to do that. I'll ask you the same question I've asked everybody else. What would be a key takeaway point that you would want to send home with everybody?
My key takeaway point would be if you see something out in your field and you haven't seen it before, you're not sure what it is, contact your extension agent. We have ways to diagnose what things are out there, and all of it starts with your extension agent, right?
That's right. And we're easy access because there's one in every county. Well, thank you, ma'am. I don't see any more questions. And I know Chad Lee is on. Chad, are you with us? There he
Yes,
is. in the
I'm
middle of
here.
a cornfield.
Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Great, great. Always good to catch up and hear what Kiersten has to say. We're fortunate we've got Kiersten here in Kentucky working with us. Appreciate her being here. Now then,
Well,
let me see if I can get share this thing and we'll go from there.
all right. And while you're getting that up, Dr. Chad Lee's our agronomist with the University of Kentucky, and hopefully is going to be talking about new and emerging issues with soybeans.
I hope so. Hope that's right. Try this one more time on this thing. Well,
There we go.
okay. So
There
before I
we
go
go.
any further, are you all seeing a slide pop up now?
Emerging soybean issues for 2023.
All right, great. Well, I'd appreciate you all hanging in today. And if you've got any questions throughout, please put them in the chat. I'll be happy to get to them as soon as I can. I see you answered the last one from Gregory Hendrickson. So feel free to ask away on questions like that. We're going to talk about some emerging soybean issues for 2023. I'm going to walk you through several of these slides and several things that we're working on both at Kentucky and across the U.S. in areas related to soybean production. And again, if you've got questions on this, just feel free to ask them as we go through. And I have advanced my slide and it did not do it. Let's try it again. There we go. All right. So let's start out with, we've got a mobile friendly website called kygrains.info, kygrains.info. It's got links to some of the material that Kiersten was just talking about in that crop protection network, several others. It was designed to be used on cell phones and tablets because we know many of you have gone that route. And we did it in cooperation with our commodity organizations with corn, soybean, and small grain growers. And so feel free to check that out at any point. Hopefully that thing's set up to where things that are immediate type information go on there, and then some things that may last a little bit longer. We also have a grain crops website within the University of Kentucky, but frankly, that site's just not as friendly for mobile phones and tablets as what this one is. So hope you can go to this site and see a few things that way that are relevant to you. My background information, for those that don't know, I'm an extension professor in grains. I work with corn, soybean, wheat, barley, rye, and a little bit of sorghum from time to time. I'm based on campus, but I work all over the state. Today is one of the rare days I'm in the office, the official office up on campus, but those are some other avenues to meet with us. And I don't know who all's on here, so let me go through just briefly some of the individuals that are part of grain crops, some of our extensions, some of the applied research that we're working in. You just saw from Kiersten, I'm going to talk, this slide is looking at people just in the Department of Plant and Soil Sciences. I'm not going to go through the list of names, but we've got agronomists, weed scientists, folks in soils management. We've got some folks that do some research, don't do the extension side, but their research is very applied, and we use some of their research in here as well. A lot of the research on cover crops, Aaron Haramoto and Hannah Poffenbarger, for example. Dr. Windroth is working a lot on irrigation, and so some of our irrigated corn research is coming from him. And so I want to give you some perspective of the number of people involved day to day in things that are relevant toward your production system. And then some of our other extension personnel, I put these in alphabetically by department. So started with ag economics and in with plant pathology, strictly alphabetical by department, but you just heard from Kiersten, and we have several others involved in this as well. So I'll just give you some perspective on that. On occasion, for larger field days and some other workshops, you'll see things from Colette Laurent. She helps organize some of those larger events. If you're doing any of the CATS training at all out at Princeton, Lori is working with that. And then there's some changes in the IPM funding and the way that they function. And so Jason Travis is now coordinating those events. And I'm sure Kiersten gave you some updates on what they're doing in IPM in some of those areas. And then even relevant to the day is the grain crops variety testing. Bill Bruning and Cam are working on the variety testing program together. They're working on the soybean variety testing. I think I've got maybe one slide in here on variety testing later that we'll talk about that's relevant to you all. But again, I'm just trying to walk you through some things. And then if you're having trouble sleeping at night, go ahead and follow me on Twitter @Kentucky Crops, @Kentucky Crops. I'll be on there until they start charging me $8 a month to be on there. Then we'll look at something else as an alternative. But for now, that's a good way for us to get some information out. Okay, with that in mind, and Cam and April, you have to let me know if we get a question in. Right now, my screen's not showing that window for whatever reason. So if a question does pop up, just give me a shout. So I want to step back and look at last year, and this is a rough generalization of what we saw across the state. We started out with a very wet spring, especially in the western part of the state, but most of the state was wet. We got dry at some point in the summer. Depending upon how dry we got was really reflective on what kind of yields we saw. And then we got a little bit of rain, but then we had a very dry fall, which made it really good for harvest. It made it good for in-field dry down, something you've not seen, particularly in the eastern part of the state in the last few years. And so those weather patterns really affected what we saw this year. And so what I've been talking about to everybody so far is that timing was absolutely critical. And I suspect most of you that are watching this today can relate that timing was more harmful to corn than it was to soybean in terms of yield this year. There are certain pockets of the state that got a few timely rainfall events and their corn yields are fine. There are other parts of the state did not get those rainfall events and the corn yields are quite worse. On soybean, they were much closer to average in terms of what we'd expect to see the last few years. And the last few years have been really good. So we should have decent corn or soybean yields for the entire state. But having said that, because this timing was so critical, it is a difficult year to take a look at a single field strip in one field because of the timing of the weather. The underlying factors of the soil depth, water holding capacity, and some things like that may overcome anything that was done in that one single field. Testing varieties at a single location, same scenario. At single location, probably not the best year to be looking at that. And then so as a result of that, it's probably also a difficult year to make a conclusion on a new practice that was implemented this year. And so if there was something that a farmer tried differently this year from previous years, be really careful looking at those results and go back and look at the weather and assess whether or not the weather was influencing the overall effect of what you saw in that field. So some other things that we saw from 2022 was a relatively easy harvest in terms of being able to get in the field and get the crop out. The flip side, though, was we had barge backups, and because of that, we saw some pretty serious price reductions on soybeans that were delivered directly to market. Many of you watching this experienced that and know what I'm talking about there. We had low flow on the river, Mississippi River. We still don't have great flow on the river, and it's still affecting the overall price that a farmer received. And so this is a season where the crop staying in the field didn't hurt the crop itself in terms of quality, but not having access to on-farm storage really hurt us this year. $1 a bushel loss at directly taking soybeans to market, you can quickly pay for that dollar with some pretty quick on-farm storage. And so probably a good year. I know expenses were up last year. Expenses are forecast to be up in 2023, but it's probably worth taking a look at increasing on-farm storage in your situation. Certainly it's a year where if you could have carried those beans for 3-4 months, you probably make back that dollar and every bit of it and then some going into the next season. And those are things that can really help out a farm's operation in the long term. All right, so that's sort of my preamble as we get into discussing soybeans and what I'm going to go through next. And so looking at some of these emerging issues is what they asked me to talk about. And I'm going to give you 3 bullet points up front, and then we'll go into some of the things that I see might be relevant to us in this scenario. The first of those is focus on those fundamentals. If the fundamentals aren't in place, a lot of other things don't necessarily work for us as well. And chase that rabbit a little bit further, I think a lot of things get marketed because fundamentals aren't in place. And so there's a lot of things that get tried where fundamentals may have taken care of the issue for us and may have done so at a more economical rate than some of these things we're trying. And I'll get into that here in a moment. Another thing, because we see this question come up almost every year, is soybeans can handle stress early in the season. They can handle it very well from almost everything but weeds. However, that early season stress rarely improves the yield of the soybean. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Most of the time, it's just non-consequential to the final yield of soybean. We can do a lot of things to hurt soybeans early on and end up with phenomenal yields later. It's very hard for us to stress the beans early and actually get a yield increase that we tried to do on purpose. And so if the fundamentals are in place, a lot of the extra things that are being tried right now rarely increase yield. And I'll walk us through some of that as well in here. Before we get into some of that, I was going back and looking at our soybean variety report from 2022. You can access that online at the KY Grains website, a couple of other websites as well. It's worth your time to take a look at these. And so there's a lot of questions right now about Enlist and E3 versus Extend Flex and Extend and some of those scenarios. I only pulled off the soybeans from the 4.0 to 4.5 maturity groups because that tends to be the largest grouping of varieties that we work with. In that scenario, the Enlist category of beans, there were about 25 entries. The average yield was 60.5 bushels per acre, and the max was 64.7. If you look at the Extend Flex, there were 16 of those, 59.2 and 63 for a max. And then you can see from there, we get down to much, much fewer numbers of entries, 3 for the Extend, 1 for conventional, 1 for Roundup Ready 2. Maybe the most surprising thing on here is you go back 5-6 years and Roundup Ready 2 dominated the variety trials. Now there's only 1 in it. Almost everything else has gone to either these Extends, Extend Flex, or the Enlist system. I think the takeaway from this, when you look at these, is that the Enlist, the Extend Flex, and the Extend are all fairly close to each other in terms of providing good yield. And so the challenge is not necessarily looking at the trait. The challenge is finding those varieties that yield very well. And so it goes back to what it always goes back to: finding a good variety is a good variety. All too often, now if you need a particular variety, whether it's an Enlist for your chemistry, for your weed spectrum, or the Extend Flex, if you need a particular one, you start with that, and then you find a variety within that grouping that does really well. And again, our variety trials have really good results of that. I mentioned before, you want to be very careful about looking at a single location in a year like this, but when you look across the state and you get a good average result from that, that's a pretty good indicator that you're going to have a good variety that you can run with next year. So with that, I'll jump into some of the things we're seeing on the soybean research side and walk through some of those with y'all. Okay, a lot of interest in biological seed treatments. Last year, we worked with a group across the country on some seed treatment trials. We started out trying to get 9 different biologicals in our system. We had the 10th was a control, that's no extra treatment on it. You can see the 9 that we were starting out with trying to get. We planted this at Lexington at 2 planting dates, one in May, May 2nd, and one in June, June the 1st. There was no irrigation on these. So we dealt with the same weather patterns that everybody else in this region dealt with. As I mentioned before, this is repeated in other states. We harvested the seeds, we sent them off for analysis. We don't have all those numbers back yet in terms of protein and oil and some of those things. So I'm just going to show you the basic yield numbers here. And so on the left, we're looking at soybean yields in May. And on the right, we're looking at soybean yields in June. And these are called box and whisker plots. You're seeing some of these show up more. I like these because they don't just show us the average yield. They give you a good visual representation of some of the variability that we see with some of these treatments. And so that box overall that you see for each treatment is a pretty good indicator of the range in yield responses we got from an individual treatment. Both of these are set up the same way, and that you've got start out with BioBuild Soy, then SaberX, then GraphX, then Volt IP, followed by BioYield ST, then BioYield. And then in our case, the CT1, 2, and 3 ended up being additional controls for us. We were not able to obtain those products this year. That happened for most of the country. We weren't able to obtain that for most of the country this year. So those ended up being additional, essentially controlled treatments. Maybe the first thing I should point out is if you look at the May planting dates, our average yield, the average value is an X. Our average yield was about 43 bushels per acre for May. For June, that average yield jumped up to about 68. So we saw a massive yield increase on the later planting date. This is an anomaly. Normally the May planting date should be the better yield and the June planting date be a lower yield. This goes back to the timing thing that I mentioned earlier. When we got rainfall, those rainfall events benefited the June planted beans much more so than the May planted beans. And so this is just one of those years where the numbers don't always follow the averages. Now, on the other hand, in theory, these biologicals are supposed to help us out in stressful conditions. And there's nothing across these 2 planting dates that suggests any yield increase from the biologicals we tested. Now, part of that is when you're dealing with biologicals is you're competing with billions of microbes in the soil. And it's probably really billions of microbes in the soil. And you're asking a few that we're applying to compete with those other microbes in the soil right around that root zone and affect how the crop grows. Now, if we back up and look at Bradyrhizobium japonicum, we inoculate the soybeans right in that furrow. In a field that hasn't been inoculated before, we get that benefit. So there's an example of an applied microbial really helping us out in fields. Some of these other microbials, though, it's more of a challenge. So let me back up and say, in our fields where we're testing these are fields that have been inoculated before. We've had good soybean yields in these fields over the last, we rotate them. So every other year or every 3 years, they have soybeans in them and at good yields. And so we've had good production histories of soybeans. These are fields you wouldn't expect just the Bradyrhizobium component to give us a benefit. It would be the other components that we would think would help us out. But in just a average field that probably runs around 1 or 2% organic matter, you're going to have up to 1 billion bacteria within a gram of soil. And to put that in perspective, 1 ounce is about 28 grams. So an acre furrow slice is roughly 2 million pounds of soil. You start doing those calculations and you see we've got some really, really high numbers pretty quickly in terms of the microbes that are out there. In fact, the microbes that are dying off most likely are contributing to the organic matter that we see in the field. The flip side is those microbes are also helping degrade organic matter. They're breaking it down and releasing nutrients as well. So we're seeing some of that go on in both situations. Now, this is the location in Lexington, 2 planting dates. We've got about 16 states involved total. We'll get those numbers compiled. Hopefully by January, February, we'll have some preliminary reports out of what we saw from this last year across all the states. But this gives you an idea of what we saw, at least here in Kentucky. And so we are collaborating with several other universities across the US. We're working under an umbrella called Science for Success. This is being hosted at NC State University. And so if you go to the Science for Success website, it's part of the NC State system right now. But we're working together, much like the crop protection network that Kiersten talked about for plant pathologists. We're working together with other soybean agronomists on studies across the country to get us an idea about what we might see in regional areas versus individual locations. And right now on the Science for Success, we've gotten 4 publications that we've written. They talk about soybean plant population and density, the best planting date, foliar fertilizers, and the soybean growth cycle. And I think there's actually a 5th one that I forgot to put up here, but you can go on that Science for Success website and see some of those. One of these, as I mentioned, was the growth cycle. That one kind of walks through very quickly the growth and development of soybean, but it also talks about some key management things and some misconceptions that we deal with across the region. We have another one on foliar fertilizers, and you can see the multiple locations around the country for those. So with that, let's get into a couple of these topics that we're now discussing across the US. Hopefully, and part of the reason we're doing this is we know right now, as you look at other outlets and hear about other production systems, whether it's coming from the commercial ag media, whether it's coming from people who sell chemical but have their own shows, or sell fertilizer and have their own shows and things like that, or just from the companies themselves and their sales brochures. Sometimes you don't always get the full context of what's going on in that system where a positive yield result took place. So this is a perspective looking at soybean planting dates. If you look at Kentucky, our RMA early plant dates for soybeans, most of Kentucky and really most of the Mid-South is somewhere around the 16th of April is where that kicks in for most of us. And so we allow early planting to take place with risk management around April the 16th. If we look at the average yield losses between May 1 to May 31, what's interesting is most of the South, we get a moderate yield loss. So Kentucky, its average is about 6.3%, which means on average, if we're planting May 1 versus May 31, we're going to lose about 6.3% yield on average. If you look at Tennessee, it's less, it's 3.6. But if you go to Indiana, it's 8.2. Ohio's 8.2. Illinois, it's 14.8. And so these northern states actually deal with a larger penalty by planting late relative to us. And so what you see when you look at planting progress across the country, what you find out most years is Kentucky and Missouri and the rest of these states in the Northwest or the Midwest, most of those states all have similar planting dates and progress will be about the same. In some ways, it's actually quicker in Indiana and Illinois and Iowa because we have a lot of double crop soybeans that go in as well. And that stretches out our soybean planting window for Kentucky. All right, as I showed you earlier, 2022, last year, that was the exception, that at least here in the Lexington site with some of our data here. And so there's always exceptions to some of these numbers. The challenge is when you're looking at products and you're looking at a result, is it an exception or is it consistently done over time? Can you get repeatability on that when you're looking at your systems? Now, part of this early planting date assumed that we had at least 100,000 plants per acre in a high yield system and at least 135,000 plants per acre in a low yield environment. So those were some of the assumptions that went into some of that data. The data also suggested, and we're going to get into planting dates here or planting rates here in a moment, that we need stands below somewhere around 75 or 50,000 plants per acre in order to trigger interplanting. So not tearing up the stand and starting over, but just planting into that stand to help bring up the population. And we're also talking about using a similar maturity bean if you're going back in to do a replant situation, because the beans will typically catch back up and you won't see much difference in terms of development later in the season. Some of the issues around stand establishment, this may be one of the more challenging ones for us. If we've looked at our seeding rates versus stand establishment, we have a wide range in variability from time to time with that. And so if you see, we'll talk about plants per acre that we need, not necessarily seeds per acre. Talk about planting into a well-prepared seed bed. Now for the northern states, some of that means some pretty heavy tillage. For us, that means that we're planting into a weed-free environment. We've burnt down the weeds that were out there. We've got good row cleaners on our drills or on our planter systems. Ideally, we've been doing 15-inch rows with a planter. That gets us the best soil to seed contact. That gets us the best regulation of seed placement in the field. It gets us the best in terms of controlled seed depth as well. Part of this getting a good stand is planting at or around our optimum planting date in our region, which for us is that early May most years. And then we select an appropriate seeding rate. And if we're targeting a final stand of 100,000, probably 120 to 130,000 live seeds per acre is what we need to drop in most conditions. If you're going into harmful conditions, you're going into other areas, wetter conditions, cool, cloudy weather. If you're planning into, some bad weather's coming up, you may up the seeding rate in that scenario. Back on this replant. So if you're replanting, and I get this, we've had this question come up with slugs the last 5 years, it feels like, and talk about going in and replanting into some fields. When you tear up a field and go into replant, well, then you have a planting date penalty that is part of that equation. And I don't know that we fully account for that most years. And we probably don't because of the anomaly I just showed you this year in 2022, where the later planting date did better. But by and large, most years, you look at the last 20 years on average, planting later gets us a lower yield. Back to, again, trying to eliminate some factors that would cause a replant situation, some of these issues right here. I'm going to skip some of that content and get into to this right here. So one misconception that we see in Kentucky and really across the US in soybean fields is that a stand somewhere below 80,000 plants per acre is calling for an automatic replant. Reality is that's not the case. Our data would suggest that it's closer to 50,000, and not just data from Kentucky, but data from these other states as well would suggest it's about 50,000. But what we also know is that if you're going out and just assessing stands, basically anything below 100,000 early on doesn't physically look good to us, whether it's us as the researcher or you as a farmer or a crop consultant or a scout. Beans that are at VE, V2, V3 for that matter, they just don't look like there's enough out there unless you're up above 100,000 and really closer to 150,000 plants per acre. There's some other misconceptions. I'm not going to get into all of them in here. You can see the QR code. You could click on that to get into this publication and see some of these others that are listed. One I'll say is the seed size. So there's some misconception that seed size affects the yield of the crop at the end of the season. There's a little bit of data that suggests that a smaller seed size actually increases emergence by about 10%. But usually we have enough soybeans out there, regardless of seed size, that as long as we get good canopy closure, all of those other things come into play, that seed size is not affecting our final crop yield. Another one that we see from time to time is adding extra nitrogen on soybeans will help us maximize yield. And this is in high yield environments that have good inoculation already. And the vast majority of research across the US would suggest we do not need extra nitrogen in our high yield environments. In fact, that's probably the last place we need them, is in the high yield environments. There may be some other scenarios, something gets out of whack where the nitrogen may come into play, but it just doesn't tend to show up in our systems. And so here's a scenario of an image of, this is probably what looks good to most people early on. And this stand is probably about 150,000 plants per acre. So it's well above what we need to get a good yield in this field. But it visually looks good to us. If you're driving by your fields on a regular basis, this is what makes you feel comfortable going down the road. This extra seed rate isn't going to hurt yield. You can look at it as extra insurance against poor emergence, and that's okay. But it also is potentially a bit extra cost. It is definitely a bit extra cost. If this is a final stand of 150,000, you're 50,000 over what you need to get max yield. So in this scenario, this field, I was called out to this back in 2009. These beans were kind of yellow. I'm not sure this image is showing up as well on the screen as I wanted it to. Almost kind of a neon yellow, which is it's crying out and telling you that this is nitrogen deficient. And so the concern here was there was an inoculation problem going on. And so we went out and dug up some roots, and what we found on the roots is, well, there's a couple nodules that are doing just fine. In fact, they were functioning all right. There were enough nodules on this plant to get some nitrogen. But if you turn this root system around, what you found was sidewall compaction. So these roots were confined in the furrow. You had a few roots starting to break through, and the crop may be okay down the road, but because of the root restriction going on, you're getting this yellowing showing up. And so the plant was having trouble taking up several nutrients, not just nitrogen. And this was all a function of sidewall compaction. So this is an example of getting in a field that was a little bit too wet. I think a little bit of tillage had been done up front as well, which in our soils, a lot of times that elevates our risk for sidewall compaction. But in this scenario, we're dealing with sidewall compaction. And I've got a comment here that additional potassium wasn't going to help us very much. Really not much of anything. This is not a field you start going and throwing additional management factors after when your primary fundamentals are out of whack. Now, you can put on additional fertilizer and it might increase your yields a little bit, but it probably wasn't going to pay for it. And you're probably looking at a field that already has a compromised yield to begin with, and not a scenario that's worth going and putting more money after bad. Now, the one caveat where it makes sense to put a foliar product on here would be if this is on a main road where everybody drives by it on a regular basis, then go put on 3 to 5 pounds of nitrogen as you weigh in. Put it on the field, the beans will green up a little bit, they'll look a little bit better, maybe do it 2-3 times. They'll look better, probably won't yield any better, but it might just avoid questions from some of the neighbors as they drive by and look at this field. And yes, I have made that recommendation before for a farmer. Has nothing to do with economics and everything to do with pride at that point. Okay, one of the other in this other publication, we start talking about where we talk about growth and development and such. There's also some things around flowering, pod set, and pod development that we discuss as well. And a couple of those is R3 timing. You know, Kiersten talked about foliar fungicides. A lot of foliar fungicides are recommended at R3. It's right at the point when soybeans are most susceptible to stress. It's right at the point when you're starting to get seed development taking place. And so that's why this timing is used as a suggested time to start scouting for diseases and potential applications of foliar fungicides at this point. But a misconception out there is that the soybean plant needs to retain most of its pods to maximize yield. And reality is pod abortion happens on a regular basis. So does flower abortion. At least half the flowers that a soybean plant produces are going to be aborted in a healthy plant and a healthy field. That's just part of what soybean plants do. They also produce more pods than they ever intend to fully fill out as well. And so pod abortion is part of it. Now, another one that we deal with from time to time is getting 4 or 5 beans in a pod is perceived to give us higher yields. Many times on those plants, if you count the total number of beans per plant, is yes, you've got some 4 and 5 bean pods, but you also have a lot of 2 bean pods. And so the total number of beans on a plant is still about the same as the plants that may only have 3 bean pods. And so pod number and seed size and seed number, they're more important than how many soybeans you see in a few pods on the plant. All right. Switching gears a little bit to some seeding rates. You look at seeding rates, sometimes it's considered as an option for weed control to help us out with that. This is an image looking at A, B, C, and D. Now, this is not Kentucky soils. Look how black that is. Look how heavily tilled that is. I think these are out of Minnesota. These are in 20-inch rows. Our 15-inch row beans look similar to this, except we had no-till residue. And again, our fields were not that black. If I'm not mistaken, this site, you're dealing with about 12 foot of A horizon soil. And I think you're running about 6% organic matter on a well-drained field, if I'm not mistaken, if this is the site I'm thinking of. But anyhow, again, our beans look similar to this. And so you're looking at light interception in 20-inch rows at 25,000, 125,000, 225, and 275,000. And so the ideal population out here is B. Now, D, the highest seeding rate, is getting to canopy closure much quicker. And so if you're looking at weed control as one of your aspects, this might be why you would consider a higher population. But in general, on these seeding rate studies, if we have weeds that we're dealing with, we have not reduced the number of applications, herbicide applications we need by going to higher seeding rates. I'll say that again. So these higher seeding rates might help us compete with weeds, but in general, we've not reduced the number of applications that we need. Now, the flip side is if we get down to this very low population, one, this is too low, but if there was some reason we were going to keep that population would certainly need another herbicide application to help us get through the season. Okay, this is some economics looking at the various seeding rates, and they're looking at if the soybeans in the green cost 33 bucks a bag, in the red if they cost a little bit over $50 a bag, and in the blue if they cost about $58 a bag. Now we're looking at $8 per bushel on the left and $10 per bushel on the right. So some of these numbers are a little bit off of what you see today, but the principles are the same. And so if the beans are pretty cheap on here, well, then we can handle a pretty large population range. So we can go anywhere from 125 to about 175 and really be leveled out. But once we get into more expensive beans, so 50 or 60 bucks a bag, well, now our lower populations are really starting to pay for themselves, whether we're dealing with $8 beans or $10 beans. I think we'd see some similar type numbers at the prices that we're seeing today. So for Kentucky, our full season beans, we need to be at about 100 to 120,000 plants per acre. And for the double crops, about 140,000 plants per acre. Again, if we're above that, it's not going to hurt yield. It might hurt the economics. And so we had another study where we looked at foliar fertilizers. This went across 46 sites, 16 states in 2 years. You see our locations at Lexington and down at Princeton in this scenario, where we were looking at several soybean foliar fertilizers. This is averaged over all of those locations, so the 46 sites over the 2-year period. What you're looking at here is a graph of, each one's an individual graph of each of the 6 different products that we looked at. We've got the untreated control relative to the foliar fertilizer that we tried. So in this case, it's Fertirain, Harvest More, maximum impact, smart BMO, smart Quattro Plus, and Sure K. And so what these lines show us, what these lines are showing us is the untreated control versus the foliar product. And the majority of this data is hanging out around the straight black line for each one of these scenarios. And so over the 46 sites, again, each of these sites have replications as well. So we've got 4 to 6 replications at any one site. And what you're seeing across the country, so from Minnesota to Louisiana, from North Carolina out to Kansas, we're just not seeing a consistent yield increase from any one of these foliar fertilizer products. In fields that had a good base fertility already, had proper pH, had good planting dates, had good weed control, were scouted for insects, were scouted for diseases. So all of those caveats go into place here. We're just not seeing the foliar fertilizers helping us out in this scenario. And with that, I'll jump backwards to some older data where we looked at some high yield environments, or excuse me, where we looked at combining a lot of different things together. And so we, at the very bottom of this chart in the green bar is the UTC, is the untreated check. It's basically following what we believe to be best management practices at that time in each of the states involved. And this is only 9 states here. But that's what we're looking at there. What was the timing on the foliar fertilizer applications? That's a great question. I believe we were at R3 on those. No, we were R1. We were R1 on those. So we were trying to shoot that just a little bit earlier than if we came back in with the fungicide. Good question. So this, we're looking at the UTC, so the untreated check, it's in the green. This is looking at high yield environments where the overall average for everything tested was 75.9 bushels. Lexington, Kentucky in 2013 was among those high yield environments. So we got in the mix. It makes us feel good because only 1 in Indiana and only 1 in Illinois also hit this category. 3 in Arkansas did. The 3 in Arkansas were all irrigated, just to give us some perspective on what we're looking at here. And so you look at the UTC at the very bottom and you start looking up, and these are adding individual things at that time. And then you get to these soya where it's all capitalized, and then it's a little bit of everything, either minus Cobra or with Cobra. So the Cobra, we were trying to put that on about V3, trying to injure the beans to cause some early season stress. We've got the soya minus nitrogen, so no additional nitrogen fertilizer, minus the foliar fungicide, and then we've got it minus the foliar fungicide and insecticide. So you can see those combinations in there. The untreated check averaged 80.4 bushels across these locations. If we added nitrogen into the mix, we got 80.9. And I think in this study, I believe we added 140 pounds of nitrogen. So we put on 140 pounds. We did it at the, see this study, we did it at the V4 stage, and we used polymer coated urea. So we're trying to get some timely release of nitrogen. We're trying to get it to time out to where we got most of our nitrogen released during seed fill in these fields. If we look at the adding everything to the system without the Cobra herbicide, we went up to about 84.4 bushels. So we gained about 4 bushels with everything in there. Same if we did everything without the extra nitrogen, we were about 83.9. And if we did it without the foliar fungicide, we were about 83.8. So adding everything in some of these scenarios gave us a little bit of a yield increase. You're looking at 4 bushels. 4 bushels times $14 an acre right now, minus the cost of everything we put into it, we'd still be right there on the limit of whether or not we're paying for those additions in this scenario. We move down to the average yielding environments. We actually got some more separation here, and so 59.8 for the untreated check at the very bottom. You go up to the soya treatment. So again, minus Cobra, we're looking at 64.4. So everything there gave us about 5 bushel increase, whereas on the high yield environments, it gave us a 4 bushel yield increase. And then if we go to the low yield environment, so anything that went under 48.5, there was no separation, no statistical separation here. So pretty much everything ranged between 40 to 45 bushels to the acre in these treatments here. And so when we get into lower yielding environments, it just didn't help us out. All right. Well, I run through that. It's been a while since I've done Zoom, and I feel like I just rambled the whole time. And so with that in mind, I'll be happy to entertain a question if somebody's got one.
If anybody's got any questions, feel free to put
Put them
them
in the chat as always. Doc, I'm going to ask you the same question everybody else. A key takeaway point that you would recommend out of your talk.
Yeah, and I know I'm the agronomist on here. This is a pest management update today. And so I would start with get your weed control in check first and foremost of everything you're trying to do from a pest management perspective. Get the weeds under control. Plant into a field that has the weeds already burned down, pretty much out of the way, so you can get good soil to seed contact, and so weeds aren't competing throughout. I made the comment earlier that beans can handle a lot of stress early from a lot of different things. The one exception, and that exception is weed competition. Weed competition early will affect and reduce yields later in the season. And so really get your weed control system dialed in. And then from that, take care of those fundamentals. You asked me for one thing, I'm giving you two. And those fundamentals are, we had a great fall to go out and put some lime on fields that needed it. The last few falls, we couldn't get there and get that done. So make sure that that's in check. And then make sure your potassium values are in good shape on soybean. That's probably the #1 nutrient deficiency I see in fields, in part because of compaction, but in part because we just don't have enough potassium out there. So now you asked for one, but from a weed control or pest management perspective, get the weeds under check, and then make sure that your soils have got the proper fertility going into next season.
Hey, we could always use a bonus. Thank you, sir.
Don't see any questions coming up in the chat right at the moment. April's going to put the second quiz into the chat box. There it is. And then we'll throw it up on the slide here in just a minute for you can scan the QR code. Please, 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 please make sure that everybody that has watched this today takes both quizzes to get credit. This is a shotgun approach. We're trying to hit as many different categories as we can. And we're also, this is kind of our way of saying thank you to the businesses for supporting extension throughout the year, because I know we ask a lot of you all, and we're not asking anything for this class other than appreciation and support throughout the year. So we do appreciate all that you do for extension as well. 6 o'clock tonight Eastern time is the deadline to get those quizzes in. And again, we must have those back so we can get this information into KDA very quickly. They shortened the date up on us. That was kind of one of the changes. And then we will be doing this next year at about the same time. So be looking for that on the calendar as well. April, do you have anything that you want to add?
No, I think that's about it. Just a reminder, if you get on to check your pesticide CUs and you see anything wrong, just let us know from this class. KDA keeps all of that stuff. So I'll send the list to them. I do run the report from Zoom from today and verify that you were on for the entire time. So this is your last chance to make sure that your name is correct in the participants list. You should be the first one listed. Again, if you have multiple people watching with you, I think most everyone did really great with either emailing me who was watching with you or putting it in the chat box. That will be great. And thank you, Paul, for sending me Owsley County's information. Also, if something happens, again, like I was saying, and you don't see your CUs showing up for this class, just let me know. It could be that I did not see your name on Zoom for the entire time. It could be that it was just accidentally left off the list. I think we had one last year that was just accidentally left off the list for some reason. We got that corrected. So things can happen. We're all human, and that is just part of it, right? So we'll be happy to help try to get things squared away. Other than that, Philip, if there's no other last minute thoughts, we just want to thank all of our presenters today. We greatly appreciate everybody having the patience with us. I know it's a long program, but I think we tried to do our best to get everyone kind of taken care of on CEUs. That way it's all one fell swoop from today, even if it was a long day. So thank you all so much. Hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving, and hope you all have some great Christmas